Yeah, so we have our, well, actually it's
Well,
right
it's
here.
at
So
the
we're
picture.
Buster's
And I-
Bags.
oh, I see.
Buster's is the acronym.
So we cut your,
Isn't that your, what you call
so,
your,
when they
Uh-huh.
cut
Yeah,
the
so
ribbon
that
and
applies with our
big
bags.
splash,
Mhm.
he came up to stand beside me because his mom was
Okay.
holding her.
oh, I see.
And
And
so
so
they
the
other-
other.
Different people in positions there in the line.
It's very nice.
He's just all of a sudden, he's a little boy, he's not baby anymore.
Right?
Anyway.
We sure enjoyed that reunion. It was just a lot more animated and
Oh, yeah.
wanting to be
Oh,
the center of
yeah.
attention.
Oh, yeah, you talk about their new dog.
Yeah, yeah, she may have been,
But I said something about,
well, she was
because
in
I
one
know
of
he
our,
was born on the eclipse
they
day.
came in one of our other trees.
Yeah.
And I was in
That's
Missouri
very nice.
watching the eclipse.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
a
I
good
can always
way
remember.
to
You
see
were
it.
supposed to go
So I
there.
said
I'm supposed to go up there, yeah.
Oh,
Must have been a couple
Oh,
of
there's,
them.
oh, there's one behind
Yeah,
you.
must have been a couple of them.
So then I got the invitation to the birthday party.
Awesome
Very
possum.
nice. Just admiring the pictures as well as the statements.
Did you know that you were coming to 102-degree weather today?
Jody warned me a few days ago. We have
But
had,
we have a big splash pool we could take you to.
thanks, we have had our hottest weather in the 15 years I've lived there by far.
Oh,
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, hello. But not 101 or whatever you are today.
Yeah.
But we've had like 95. It's
Yeah.
Not,
We've had 2
Not
months
normal.
of Mondays.
well, imagine
Really
this
ready
one
for
there was that way
Tuesday.
too, wasn't it?
It was,
Be ready for Friday, it's coming.
Friday,
Fridays
kind
different,
of a nice
very
cooler day. Saturday is hot.
Yeah.
I don't think it got to.
How come they changed their season around?
I heard from family earlier today, it only got to
That was
95.
Pam's.
I'm 95, 65. And I said, oh, but we had a lot of rain, we've had a lot of
Yeah.
rain this last
I
week.
saw in the news this morning that in Nebraska, these guys were riding
You're-
in the
You're
elevator.
having to sit by me now, or are you
Oh,
not okay
bloody
with
in the
that?
elevator.
I will take a little
Then there
bit.
was
I
a
mean,
Santa
I
Cruz
some fence here. It's gonna hurt my feet.
It filled the whole shaft.
Well.
Not the rich electrical power.
But I never would have said anything.
Well, I don't have sleeves, so, yeah.
I know, so you don't have them out there, I understand.
Yeah.
Any cars working on
And my old friends are all burning up in California.
Not enough,
No,
man. They are
California,
dropping
the
faster
old
than
ones
like
are burning.
we push them
Yeah.
out.
them? Really?
You
You
saved
guys
us
have
this
fires close to
weekend.
Bozeman?
Our kid was the
We
one
don't
that
have
got
a right
towed
investment,
on.
but we have.
Saturday.
papers that- Or news said 2 nights ago, we have 57.
You can always just
fires.
call my cell phone direct.
They're all blind. down
Okay,
here.
well, I
Yeah.
thought about
We
it,
were
but I didn't
getting not
wanna,
only ours, our board
They
did
wanna
that in
interrupt you.
California.
I didn't.
In
Well,
Oregon.
then I can make sure my tow guys are taking care of you properly. You know, Mama has to oversight some of these things.
I've never had that. Just-
wow,
My daughter had 3 different sorters company come visit during the month of July.
I get to
Michigan,
go to my
California,
GI
and
doctor
the
this
other ones
week
are from-
in Amarillo.
They all
That's
got
pretty exciting.
smoke, that's all they got.
Get to go to the
They
Mayo
came to see
Clinic in
me.
September. I've got some big
Yes.
exciting trips planned, Leonard.
I'm going to
know you were
Kansas City to
lucky
see
that it's
mine.
nice
but
enough to go out.
but
on
the best thing
patio
is,
deck and have
that's where my
barbecue
grandkids
because
are.
the grandkids didn't smell very good.
Yeah, well, we just had
I said,
our
well, have a
grandkids
barbecue,
from
and
last
they'll think that's
Saturday
what they
until
call it.
yesterday.
Oh, wow.
No,
It's sad.
they're doing great. I know they're in the
First
playoffs.
place, aren't they?
I know they're going to the playoffs and
Yeah.
everything, so
We played Thursday
Thursday.
against Roswell Invaders.
Yeah, when we hosted, I was kind of a housewife and I didn't miss a game. I followed them to
How
Santa
many did you
Fe.
have that summer?
We had 17 at one time. And I didn't miss a game. Like I said, we went down to Santa Fe to the All-Star games, and
Wow.
now that they're running me full strength at the shop, I don't have that time.
17.
Oh, yeah, Jaden would call me, Mom, I left my bedroom to go to work this morning and I swear I stepped on somebody on an air mattress. I'm like, yeah, well,
I just heard that you can have that.
you know,
at the Macy's
they're
too
okay.
somewhere.
They're,
Duh, it's me.
so So yeah, when we got down to her senior year, we kind of quit. She's like, can I just have one summer before I'm out of the house without boys dictating the schedule and what's for dinner and when I'm gonna use the washer and dryer and I'm like, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
One time, and it was when I was in the counseling.
Sorry about that. I don't know.
Well, I
I
didn't-
covered it up.
I just don't know.
We had a kid, there were 2 kids in the residence hall that got into it, and one of them picked up a baseball bat. Oh, I guess this kid tried to hit him with the baseball bat. He grabbed it away from him and ran outside and with his baseball bat. So Ron Hopkins was the day of students in, he kicked them both out. And this kid's father had lived in Garden City and had gone to our school. And I thought, that poor kid, he didn't have any place to live. So I said, okay, extend our basement. Oh my gosh, my kiddos were, I was doing laundry and I thought, I didn't sign up to do all this.
Well, yeah, when I had 17 of them, I had to do all the laundry, because if they each
Yeah.
had to do their own,
But
there wouldn't be
anyway,
enough time in the day.
Anyway, so now he lives in Lincoln and he's old, of course, he's like my kid's age. I just read the other day that he's dead, I think he's dead, I think lives in Salina, or not, no, Salina. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm glad I took that kid in, but it was the longest 6 weeks of my life.
I know, about the time we quit doing baseball players, that's when we had
Find
Sandra
one so we don't
Scott,
fall.
one of our cross-country
Yeah.
runners from Poland here,
Yeah.
live
I didn't
with
know
us.
if you would get a turn.
You literally had
That's what I've done.
17 of them living with you?
Okay,
Wow.
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Luckily, we had 7 bedrooms, so I had
Right.
2 in each bedroom and then, give them through air mattresses in the
Yeah.
workout
Oh my
room
gosh.
and the family room.
Oh my
and,
gosh.
Yeah, they were everywhere.
Well, and my oldest, I think he was between my daughter's ages. And he came up with me or something, he said, you know what, my room could really be clean. And both of them looked at him and said, sweeper's right down in that cupboard right
Yeah.
beside you. And he just looked at him.
Okay, guys, I have 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock up on the board there. You guys ready to start? You ready?
Hi, Blake.
All right, I call this meeting to order, and this is a board retreat. There won't be any action taken during our session, and I'm proud to have back Miss Pam Fisher, Bozeman, Montana, ACCT representative. Thank you for making the trip. We're glad to have you in person.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we are.
Well, thank you. It's so nice to see you in person and to see everybody at least relatively healthy. I was getting real concerned last June as you kept
I would have been here,
dropping off.
I would have been here that Saturday.
Oh, yeah, right.
I would have.
We already had this just private discussion about what was he thinking? An Easter dream? You're gonna be back in Kansas?
I'll be back the next week.
Anyway, I'm really happy to be here and thank you for the invitation, and it is good to see you in person. And yes, I have, of course, joined you twice via Zoom since we were all together. And I went back, and I'll share some of that a little bit later as we go into this. I went back and looked through all my notes from our in-person meeting, which was last September. So it's been 11 months since we were all here. And I was thinking as I was asking Jody about what's the protocol these days with respect to masks and what you all are doing and that kind of thing, of what it was like last September, as we were all convinced it would soon be over. And so much for those dreams and what have you, but I am really pleased to be here and thank you for inviting me. And also I would be remiss if I didn't say that, yes, it was a long trek to get here. Marilyn drove 14 hours yesterday. I flew and spent 11 hours in the airports and airplanes. I think she was smarter than me. But I specifically want to thank Jody, who not only was coming to pick me up on a Sunday evening, which is bad enough, then I had a plane that was delayed 1.5 hours, 2 hours. So You owe her, Ryan, just so you know, you owe her big
More
time.
than you know.
You probably already do, yeah, that's true. that's
See,
true.
and I owe her so much, all you should have done was called and said, Ted, don't get yourself out.
No.
Could have sent the tow truck.
Right? Yeah, there you go, there you go. Well, she was driving this big magnificent behemoth of a vehicle that we both helped carefully guide through the parking lot.
Yeah.
That was a little curious. Very nice. Anyway, we all made it, and I thank you for being here, and I, more than thank you, I commend you for being here. We talked a lot last year, almost a year ago, about, okay, where are you as a college, and why are you here, and what are your concerns about the college? And it was obvious that from the beginning, you were unanimous about caring about Garden City College and what it does for the community and your passion. And it was also obvious nobody's here because the salary's good or anything of that nature, or because you aren't already busy, but rather because you're passionate about the mission. And that's really key, because that's where you start in terms of deciding what's best for the college and where do we go next. And of course, we focused a lot on what could you do as a team, the 7 of you, I should say 8, and include Jody in that. What can you do as a team to be sure that you are doing the very best for the college, that you're making good decisions? And one part of that, of course, is that you're taking time to develop yourselves. You're all smart people, you're all successful people, you have all kinds of expertise in other arenas. Some of you have a lot of expertise in this arena, but it's still different. I'm thinking about, well, I guess Shannon, you have it as well, but I'm thinking Beth's tenure with the college, still different being a board member. Oh, yeah, very, very different.
I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, and also to the extent that you have some special challenges, really, when you, and weren't you a part-time instructor
I was
too?
an instructor and then.
Instructor
part-time,
and part, that's what it was, you were
Part-time.
both, yeah, okay, so you all got all these ties, and a student, right? I know Leonard, your ties to athletics goes way, way back, so. And that's classic in a small community too, because you care about it, you're leaders, and you know everybody. But we also talked about, at that time, I recall, some of the special challenges that come about because you're a board member, even though you're somebody's friend, or you're a board member, even though you're somebody's neighbor. And so it's like, how do you clarify and define the boundaries for what you can say, what you can't? And some of that might come up today as we talk about some things. But so one of the needs we identified that day, and I think your accreditation visit had already identified for you as well, was the need for meaningful board self-assessment, of taking time once a year at least to stop and say, how are we doing? And formally, not a 10-minute casual conversation. So as I recall, then we met in December to talk about, well, what does a good evaluation process look like? And also we talked about what does an effective president's evaluation look like? So we did a lot there. To your credit, and I want you to think about this because pretty soon I'm going to ask you to reflect on all the good things that happened this year. You took the bull by the horns and you did it. And you finished his, and today you're taking another major step with respect to the board's self-assessment. Not only is that a good idea for you as a board to ensure you're effective, but to ensure that you're pausing to say, well, what can we do better? We did this much better than we used to, but what can we do even better? In addition to that, which is the most important reason to do it, there's also the fact that that's going to be a very strong piece of your accreditation self-evaluation. About here's what we did. You said we need to do more of. And I asked Ryan to send me the language that was in that report about the board coming to know even more about their own roles and best practices and just board training in general. So what you're doing today, what we've done together now, this will be the 4th time, is all part of that. And of course, you're doing other things as well, but I just want to reinforce that that does that. So we have, in my thinking, and I want you to add to this list, as we think about what you'd like to accomplish this afternoon, evening together, my own bias is the first one. We always want to do whatever we can to make the board be as effective as possible. Another way is to say to be cohesive, to work together well, to respect and trust each other, even as we have differences of opinion. And we put the college first and continue to always learn, how can I do it better? And that's, I hope no one finds that comment offensive because it's or condescending. I feel like I'm still learning how to do what I do. I've been doing it a long time, but I always can learn more. And I learn more from other people like you. And hopefully that will happen for you today. So that's one major purpose. Obviously, a second purpose tonight is to complete a board self-assessment that results in some goals for what you want to do better or differently this year. In other words, we're going to talk about board priorities for you, not ones you get to hand off to Ryan and say, you and your staff will do it. You've already done that. But what about you? What about the 6 of you? What is it you might need to work on this year that would make you be even stronger? And the third focus, I think, that is going to permeate our discussions today is accreditation. So I would be shocked if that doesn't show up as one of your goals in terms of what can we do in the next 16 months before they visit. And you have to turn your report in, what, 2 or 3 months
2
before
months
that?
before.
Yeah, so really we're talking about a little over a year to do whatever the board can do to demonstrate your own growth and your, whatever that was needed, whether it's policy reviews, board training, all the above. So those are 3 kind of overarching reasons why we're together today. From what I'm not making them up, but from this talking with both Ryan and Marilyn. And so, but I want to pause here and ask you, what other thoughts are on your mind? What other possible outcomes or goals would you like, if we can't resolve today, at least gets on the list? Because remember, retreats are your time to be much more open and free about what we're not going to take action, just as we said, but there are things that are on your mind. We may be able to talk about them and address them today, or they may go on a list of things for the future that Ryan and Marilyn can then follow up and make sure you have the time to do. I'm going to go back. I'll just, I don't know if this is advanced organizer or a spoiler. I'm going to go back later today and tell you what you said about that 6 months ago and 12 months ago. So, but before I do that, I'd like to know what's on your mind today. Any other, besides the kinds of things I talked about, that you'd like to see that we, and say, well, I hope we can have time to address whatever it is. Anybody?
It's too hot, the heat is just
Okay,
zapped our
well,
brains.
we've got a lot to do, but I want to make sure this is your time, so that if there's something else you want to add to that list, that you can.
I would like to hear throughout the day what everybody's idea of what an effective board is. Is it just coming to the meeting once a month and voting on a few things and then walking out the door, reading your packet? Or is it more than that to you individually? So, and I would admit that for some of those years that I've been here, it was that. But as I learn more about ACCT and the things that a board can do, I'm really interested in a bigger investment in our community.
I think it's a matter of personal involvement in the community, getting out and talking to people. I'm out all the time, and I probably have more freedom in that because I don't have a job I have to go to, but I'm a people person, and I'll have 2 or 3 coffee groups I get to at least 4 or 5 times a week. And the subject always comes up, and there's always those guys said to me the other day, well, if you just get rid of all those athletes, he'd be happy. And I said, yeah, and then we wouldn't have a college. But it's a matter of explaining to them what the athletic programs do for us, not just, and we're not here for kids to come play football or basketball. We're here to give them a start in this world and give them an education. And as when I was driving the bus, I would say to most of those kids, they go, well, they were gonna go pro. And I would say, I hope you do, but realize that you probably won't. And I would hope that you would look at this as an opportunity to get an education that you can take with you after you find out you're not going to play pro. And, you know, Phil Lodeholt was a good example of that. And he did get the education and he did get to play pro, but so many of those other kids don't. But the people in the community do not realize that that's what we're trying to do so much. They hear more about, well, bringing athletes in, and of course they always, some of them want to be a little more descriptive of them, and I defend that. But I think it's a matter of us being more involved with people face to face, talking to them, and whether we want to admit it or not, each of us represents that college when we go out there talking to people. We are to them the college, and you know. The other thing that I find myself doing oftentimes, because I'm really encouraged by it, is the great comments I hear about the president, and then being able to augment that and say, yeah, but here's some of the things that you don't know that he has done. And I really stress to him his work ethic is beyond question. And that's things they like to hear. But I think in answer to part of what you're saying, Marilyn, it's us being out there, being more person to person, involving ourselves in the community with the community, people of the community, and being able to know what we can tell them that they don't know, or they're not experienced or not seen.
So the connections, I noticed, or you'll see later, when you look at your self-assessment, a lot of you use the term connections to whomever, whatever part of the community is that you have the involvement with. And you said something else, Leonard, I think that it is totally relevant, and that is you represent the college to the community, whether you know it or not. Actually, whether or not you're talking about the college, you still represent the college. I like to use the word, it may sound dramatic, I like to use the word ambassador. You're telling them the good stuff that's going on, a lot of which they don't know. You're bragging about your president, that's good. You're bragging about your students. And when it comes to the mission of the college, that's where a lot of people have very narrow, just as you might, I think Marilyn's saying, let's don't have a narrow definition of our role or our of what an effective board looks like. But let's be sure it's an appropriate definition. Some people have a narrow definition of the mission of the college too. It's, you know, how many are you getting into the university? And that's all that counts. Or how many are going to work? Or why are you doing athletics? Or why are you doing marching bands? I heard a lot about marching bands on our drive last night. And all of those things play a role. They play a role in student success. But I'm not critical of the people that don't understand it. Why would they understand it? I mean, that's not their job either, but it's your job to help them. So
one of the things that I hear from the community is they appreciate the openness that exists now. The other thing that I always try to do, I mean, this is probably everybody gets tired of it, but every time the college puts out something like a program or the promise scholarships and things like that, well, I push like and I push share. And I'm sure everybody is getting tired of it, but that's the way they know what's going on out here.
okay, so I'm going to bring us back to the original question, but I want to revisit Marilyn's point by the end of the day, because you know, you don't have to put up with me all day. At the end of our retreat, to come back and see if we have maybe fleshed out a little bit more about what is it the six of you could do. Nobody disagrees, I think, with anything Marilyn or Leonard just said. So, okay, but we can talk more about what would that look like?
Right.
What would that look like? Other topics or subjects Leonard, you almost had some, I could tell you were about to say something when Marilyn took us down her path. Did you have a different idea about an outcome that you would care about today? Or like to
Well, I
see?
think we're on what I like, I really like to see us with good academics, but from the beginning, I've said a four-year formal degree is not for every kid coming out of high school.
Mhm.
And when they ran the attack ad against me, they said that I wanted to turn the college into a trade school. Well, that's not necessarily what I wanted to do, but we are getting there. We are getting, not calling trade schools, tech schools. And I'd like to see that continue. And when we had coffee with the president, this guy came up and gave us his card. He's with a fertilizer company, and he said, we want to get involved with you. We got money, and so we brought the card back, gave it to Chuck, and hopefully we're getting involved in that, but I'm a big proponent for, I don't like calling trade schools.
No, we don't want to use that term. Let's give you a better term.
Tech schools. if that
Oh, no,
were-
you're just a comprehensive, not just, you're a comprehensive community college, which is a big component of that is workforce development. That's the easier term. And then if you want an even more sophisticated term, it's economic development. In other words, we are going to train people for jobs that the community needs and that the people need at a sustainable wage, I might add, and so that the community can grow and the community benefits from it. So workforce development is in a lot of state, even state, let alone local mission statements, and economic development is a lot of that. And it is, by the way, quite different from the old school trade and tech, because the old school trade and tech might teach you, for example, how to repair an automobile, but it might not have taught you how to read, write, and I'm thinking about the early days of our automotive program at my own college. Didn't teach you how to use computers. Well, guess what now? All the automotive guys gotta know, and women have to know how to use computers. So that's why we try to say, I don't personally, this is my own pet cause. I hate it when an institution says we have academics and we have the trades, or we have vocational ed. That's another old term. That's the one I grew up with. No, we're all about work. And I would even take it a step further and say, if I'm in a nursing program, that's workforce development. If I want to be an elementary school teacher, that's workforce development. Guess what? Because we want people who can, again, live fulfilled lives, make a living that's sustainable, but also be educated, know how to write, read, think, compute, heaven forbid, even vote, be a good citizen. So, yeah, you have to decide for yourself, but I would suggest to you that you don't need to apologize at all about your commitment to providing more of those opportunities, but maybe try workforce development as an alternative for trade and tech. Because it's what you're doing right now in your careers and technical programs is much more sophisticated than what the old fashioned training. You want to respond to that, I can tell, come on.
No, I think the
Are you
terminology
what-
you used
what-
was
is
spot
that-
on,
is that what you would
comprehensive
use?
community college.
Yeah, okay.
There's been times in visiting with these people, they don't realize that we're really got programs teaching people about carpentry, because there's nobody around here that can do that. But we're teaching them how to go into businesses and fix the machines and those kind of things.
Yeah,
They're not aware that we have an automotive program going, which deals with computers. And I'll ask someone, can you work on a car today? Well, I used to could, but not today,
not
because you
today.
don't know the computers, and we're teaching that.
And get certified.
So to bring this back to what you want to agree upon as a body, the guiding body for this institution, is that we need to provide the kind of education, and I even hesitate to say training because it carries a history but to provide the education and the work experiences to develop people to go do what your community needs. What does your community need? And that varies from community to community. That's why our community colleges do so well. Somebody needs an aviation program, not very many people because they're too expensive, but some colleges gonna do that. Others are gonna do forest fire management. That was a big one in my old institutions, probably twice that size now. But I mean, it varies with your community and what you need. And that means you as a board, of course, you have to rely on your president and your staff to do a lot of homework and research to help bring to you what they've learned, but, I shouldn't say but, and the 6 of you bring to this board what you're aware of. Look, I mean, I can't tell you if there's enough people to fill this whole new program, but I tell you, people are stopping me right and left and saying, I can't find workers who can do X. And so you bring that information back to the president, who can then do, more delving into it. And I noticed that you rated yourselves, not terribly low, but one of your lower scores was how well you are connecting to the community with respect to that point. That was one of the places that you rated yourselves low. So what might come out of this afternoon's discussion is how, in a way, it's back to your earlier point too. How can we not only connect and learn more about from our community, what is the best way for us to bring what we learned back to to our board and president? And what's the protocol for that? It's certainly not to call Ryan up and say, how soon can you start a new program in X? Unless, nothing is never, right? Unless, and I don't know if you even do this, do you have much of what I would call a contract education program? Like a fee for service where the industry pays for things? Okay, so what do you call that program?
Contract training.
Contract training, okay, well, that was simple. All right, there's a lot of other names out there. That's what I called it. I started our first one back in 1986 or 87. But contract training is the exception to what I just said. If a business can come to you and say, we need 25 new workers, we'll pay for the instruction, how quickly can you get the curriculum ready, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, then you could run and do it. But if it's gonna be a standard program that's gonna be supported by FTEs and all, then it's a bit more complicated than that. Other thoughts about possible outcomes? You can certainly add as we go along, but I just don't.
I would add having the crystal ball and trying to figure out the future.
Okay, we're working on that one.
Yeah, if anybody has any good ideas on that. So because boards are supposed to be more future oriented.
Yeah.
And think about where we're gonna be in 2 years, 5 years, and work towards that.
Very good. There's a couple of reprints of articles in your packet. One of them is about leadership during COVID. And I was asked to write that a year ago, so it's old. But I threw it in there because of what you just said. One of the things that we are doing as an association is to remind boards that while your presidents are absolutely consumed with trying to survive COVID and do the best that they can and blah, 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 boards need to trust them to do it and keep your focus on the future. Say, okay, COVID will pass one way or the other. And when that's over, where will we be? What will we look like? What are the implications of the decisions we make today? And what are the big things coming down the road in terms of workforce development, for example, regardless of what COVID does? What kind of new programs is COVID going to create? Or the implications of COVID create? So the board's role, definitely keeping that eyeball in the future. Haven't figured out exactly how to do that, but at least one way you can test yourself is taking a look at your meeting agendas and retreat agendas and thinking about how often are we talking about the future? Or are we so down in the weeds, what are we going to do next week? Make him figure out what to do next week. You think about where you want to be next year or 5 years from now. So, okay, you can add more as we go along, but let's go back to this afternoon and with kind of this overall thing in mind. And you know me well enough that I really like to ask you to do a little bit of reflecting. And the first question I'd like to pose for you today is more of a personal one. You folks, tell me again, refresh my memory, when did you start meeting together in person, even though you were on Zoom? Did you do that fairly early in the course of this? I mean, you had a while you were all on Zoom.
No, we were always in person.
The audience.
The audience, only,
yeah,
so
but-
you got yourselves together, okay, that's very unusual, okay. I knew it was early, but it was even earlier than I thought, okay. So what I'm gonna say now may not be quite as relevant, although it probably is, because I remember how methodical you were about if you were in the room together, the Zoom was on, because I watched you eat a lot. And and I remember thinking, do you really need the Zoom on while you're eating?
Yes.
And you said, yes, we do. Okay, well, not everybody said, yes, we do, but you did. But because the Zoom was on, what I'm gonna say next may still be relevant. But for a lot of boards, they were not in person. I'm meeting with the board in a couple of weeks, and their very first in-person meeting is this month. So they haven't been together for 14 months, 15 months. And there were some good reasons for that, but anyway, my question is not thinking about Garden City Community College for a minute. I'm just thinking about your life in the last 14, 15 months since COVID hit, and I think everything changed. I think everybody's life changed. What is, share with us if you would, and you can pick, so it doesn't have to be profound, but it can be or not. What's a significant thing that's happened to you or your family in the last 14, 15 months? Because you guys have not had opportunities to really socialize together and share stories. Perhaps you had a virtual wedding, perhaps you had a canceled wedding. Perhaps you lost loved ones to COVID or otherwise. Perhaps you said, fully with it, I'm not worried, I'm taking a trip and here's what I did, or here's what my children did, or I had knee surgery and thought I'd be back in a week. I mean, sorry.
It was.
Yeah, for a while, okay.
I got out on Friday.
Oh, did you? Okay, okay. It's show off. We were swapping stories, comparing stories. I did not feel that good in a week. So what's happened to you that you wouldn't mind your colleagues knowing what's happened to you? Maybe you bought a new home, maybe you had a new baby, I don't know. New stuff.
I think the thing I noticed, because we're from a large family,
Mhm.
all of a sudden, I'm the last of 6, and I'm not the youngest. And that's happened over a period of time. But we did have a 2 virtual weddings.
You too.
Yeah, and one of his father works for the college.
Hmm.
And the thing I noticed that is different is just on a whim, we would go to where the family was. And we have only done special occasions, and that's one of the very first reasons that my other daughter and I got the vaccines as soon as we could, because we knew we had some births coming
Mhm.
and birthdays coming, and that's the thing I noticed, medical appointments and things like that, you put off
Mhm.
if you have to travel.
Mhm. And so many things got put off.
Yeah.
And so many things that we took for granted.
Yeah.
So are you saying you're the last of the 6 siblings now?
Mhm. And we were kind of a 2-generation family. The first 4 were older.
Mhm.
I happened along, and so then I know the little brother was planned.
Mhm.
But yeah.
You were surprised and they're like, yeah, what's 2
I
more
know,
instead
I
of 1 more,
know,
so go
yeah.
ahead.
So anyway, it's that's the difference. Plus, we have not had a family reunion
Yeah.
since, and those were happening all the time.
Yeah.
The other thing, meetings, different boards you're on, not just this one, but things are really, really different. I'm in a group called Real Men, Real Leaders. Those are 5th and 6th grade young boys.
Mhm.
And just all of a sudden, those are different. I mean, we established a curriculum for this year where they got the coins for doing these things. And that we had set up, and trying to get them out in the community, and that was tough. Because everybody is afraid of everything.
Now, there's a lot of talk about the long-term impact, not health-wise, but
Yeah.
sociologically speaking and psychologically speaking, of the experience people had. the long-term implications of things being out of control. And of course, loss, because lots of people lost loved ones. I lost my mother and I couldn't bring the family together for a service of any kind.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so those kinds of things. But the young people, I've really been paying attention to teens in my life all the time. They're never, ever gonna forget this. And I try to think with our 3 generations, well, we lost the 4th generation, and we're 4th generation, now there's 3 of us. And my daughter and I were comparing notes, the most significant national or world event that affected me growing up was Vietnam. For my daughter, it was 9/11. For her boys, it's COVID.
Yeah.
And it's like a point of reference, you know, before, after. And I am concerned. I'm concerned about some of this pessimism and cynicism that this is causing young people in terms of what is out of control and what isn't, and where all that goes. Anyway, it's profound, but thank you for jumping in and going first. Beth. Other people, what happened to you this past year? Beth and I are off the hook now. We get to enjoy the rest. Nothing?
Not much.
What do you mean? Look what you went through.
Well, 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I had a daughter who was in the hotel business, you know,
Oh,
and last March it was, things were shutting down and they knew that they were going in the red, and I called her on a Tuesday morning and she's bawling and she goes, Mom, I'm gonna get fired. And I said, no, we'll deal with it, we'll figure it out. She went to work, they called her in, and come to find out they fired her boss and promoted her.
for pay, less pay probably.
Oh, no, I same pay, but then she worked through COVID and had to let go
Oh,
70 employees and had to run a hotel on 10 employees. And so they did everything and they tried their hardest to make some money come in, and it just was a losing battle for her. And she finally was pinned down enough they let her go because she was the manager and things weren't working.
yeah.
And so I just felt bad for all of that. She learned a lot through it all. But as far as service to people, she doesn't want any part of it ever again.
Yeah, this was traumatic for her.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Absolutely. Okay, and just think of all the literally millions of small businesses that went out of business.
Right.
A lot of them are not coming back. They can't get that start again. Okay, which would have implications for the college, obviously, so come back to that. Anybody else? Anything stand out in?
My family just kind of got down to basics. They did. Went for walks more and ate at home more, even though, you'd want to support the businesses and that, but I would say I was fortunate enough to stay working the whole time, but then, and I stayed in shape, but I got myself in better shape through this whole time. So, a lot of good things there. Unfortunately, I experienced a lot of friends that got divorced or,
Yeah.
negative things on that end, stress.
More alcohol.
Yeah, just a lot of negative things come from it, that affected families, but just how families dealt with things. So.
Yeah, a lot of mental health
Yeah.
issues just skyrocketed. It's funny you mentioned going for walks, because in the early days of COVID, like April, May of a year ago, and I live in a classic subdivision, and I know my neighbors, but I don't know everybody. You don't see, in Montana, you don't see them in the winter at all.
Right.
So in the summer, you see them, but people were out walking, like at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, whole families, the father and the mother and the kids or they were out bicycling, and I mean, almost to the extent that it was dangerous to drive your car on the street because there'd be a whole stream of bicycles. And I thought, wow, I hope they keep that up. Maybe they can't do it in the middle of the day, but families were definitely spending time. And not to mention all the people who learned a lot about homeschooling during that period. Of course, that was stress inducing, but anyway.
We have a big trail through the middle of town,
Oh, okay.
and I don't think I've ever seen it so busy. Like
Yeah.
when it first occurred, and then, I mean, you know, unfortunately, it's not as busy anymore. I wish it would be,
Yeah.
because like I
good
said,
for
it
people.
does. It's good, I mean, it's good to see people out, but
Okay.
I live right beside that trail and they have the lights and since it's so hot, more and more people are walking at night.
At night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign that you're living in a community where that's safe to do,
Mhm.
really. Anybody else? Anybody want to share anything else? You don't have to, but just don't want to cut anybody off.
I think go ahead.
No,
I just have one more thing to say.
Okay, then that's letter.
And then I promise I'll keep my mouth shut, but I
knew that was gonna happen.
but I think
Can they
probably
believe that?
there are a lot of drive-throughs now that are still alive because of the
Oh,
food
well, not
drive-throughs.
just you, a lot of people. Our Dairy Queen was a dying business in our community. And it's an old building in an old street, not really made for a lot of traffic. That has been a traffic nightmare ever since COVID started. For some reason, it got popular. It fills up its area and goes out on the main street, and they just do it. They just block the whole lane. Anyway, I don't know why Dairy Queen did so well, but
Can't
anyway.
take the kids to the movies or.
Yeah, I guess
So it's like, I
And-
guess, you know, the trick was, let's just go
Right,
get an ice
and
cream.
we had all
yeah.
these fancy ice cream shops. We've got a lot of the,
Yeah,
20
true.
type, but you have to get out and go in
Right.
for those.
We
Anyway.
went to the movie yesterday.
Oh, you did?
They were closed
Queen
for a
bees.
long
If you
time.
wanna go see Queen Bee.
That looked funny.
Yeah.
So Leonard, what you were gonna add?
Well,
but you didn't.
my youngest daughter. She's been declared cancer-free 3 times.
Hmm,
She's cancer-free right now,
yeah.
but she's written a book. It'll come out in December
Okay.
of her walk. Through all of this.
Wow.
And I'll be under control here in a second.
That's fine.
But we've been pretty religious Christian family all of our life.
Mhm.
And through her book, she was on the track. She's got her MBA and she was pretty high up in this company. And she said, nothing was going to stop me. Until I had heard the words, you have cancer. I did not realize the deep water that she, her husband, and family were wading through. I knew it was serious. But she started out, she had breast cancer. Didn't go through the chemo, but did the radical mastectomy. Doctor said 97% chance, 98% chance will never come back. So no chemo. I mean, he didn't recommend it, but came back, spread out through her body. So at that point, she had to go through chemo, which was a thing she was really ready. Losing her hair, that was a big deal. But she went through it. And all of those spots that were in her body showing cancer were gone. Still didn't feel quite right, and she was having some headaches. Well, they found 5 in her brain. They did surgery, did radiation, scans are clean. But she's written this book, and Coventry Publishing Company is the company that's publishing it. It'll be out in December. And her whole perspective has changed. She's still got her job. She's a vice president with one of these major restaurant companies. She's still got her job and it's still good. And it's even going through some changes, and they realigned their territories, and usually, you know, you realign, they realigned. But she got more territory and more restaurants. She has 120 restaurants in 15 states, I
So
think.
she kept working through all of this?
Yes, as best she could.
Yeah.
Now, the key to a lot of that is her husband, the stay-at-home dad. And he's probably the best dad I've ever known. Her oldest son's gonna be a senior, her youngest son's gonna be a sophomore. They are so well adjusted. I mean, in my mind, they're model children. But she was out here a couple of weeks ago, and she did a video over in the church in Ingalls, the church that used to be a bar. And she did a video over there. It's on Facebook. And if you ever want to look at it, it's highway50.com. Her name is Kara Ramirez.
Carol?
Kara, K-A-R-A. But that's one of the biggest things probably that we have had to face.
Oh, of course.
We give credit to the Lord. She gives credit to the Lord. And that's mostly what her book is about.
Yeah.
She backs up everything she has with scriptures that came to her as she was walking through this. You don't know what the future is. None of us know what the future is. And it could maybe come back.
And how long of a battle has this been for her?
Oh, I would say Beth, probably been 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Mm.
She's on an experimental drug right now, and she goes and gets treatments every 3 weeks. Last scan, everything was clear. You know, and you just hope that the day comes that she can be off that experimental treatment. But the way that all came about, it just so happened that the right doctors that were just being educated in these things were there.
Yeah. Cutting
Didn't
edge.
happen by accident.
Yeah.
So you ask what's happened, that's one of the
That's a
things.
pretty powerful story, obviously.
Yeah, it is.
Nothing worse than your children being ill.
Well,
Sure.
The title of her book is It's Not My Secret.
Thank you, Leonard, for sharing that. Was she able to get the treatment she needed despite COVID?
Oh, yeah. They're in Alaska now on a family trip, so,
Oh, family trip, good for them.
well, I'm jealous. I
Yeah,
wanna go to
yeah, I
Alaska.
would be too. Okay, now nobody's gonna wanna follow that one, but I'm serious, thank you for sharing that, that's so painful. Just,
Well, you know, and I
My
encourage
situation, I
people,
had no idea, so.
yeah,
you know, if you have Facebook, if you wanna go until July 22nd, you go to Facebook, Highway 50 Chapel, it'll come right up. She is a graduate of Garden City Community College.
oh, okay.
I'm not sure she graduated, but she went her. 2 years to play volleyball.
It's one of those you better grab and tell, please apply for graduation, right?
It took me
Get all
3
those,
years.
get all those statistics. Well, that's a transition to the second part of the question, which is, as you think about this last year and what has happened at Garden City Community College, and even as you think about all the personal experiences that you all just shared, all profound in one way or the other, maybe not quite as profound as Leonard's, but still profound and painful. And you know, our children, it's like I said, your students were going through that in one form or another. They all had lives that got impacted. They lost jobs or their parents lost jobs. They lost medical care, or they didn't go for medical care that they should have until it was too late. We're seeing that all come out now. They had mental health challenges, and yet some of them persevered, a lot of them persevered and came to Garden City Community College and actually completed their coursework. And so if you don't feel proud about that, well then shame on you, because you should be really, really proud of that in the big, broad sense. And so starting there, so I'll just say that, you stayed open, you served students, you supported your president. He and his staff made good decisions, worked hard, gave it their best. And if a few of them didn't, hopefully they're not with you anymore, but most of them did. And as you look back as the leaders, the board, what are you most proud of in terms of what's happened at Garden City CC in the last year? So I want you to think about what happened that was positive.
We all answered, so I can open my mouth again.
Yes, you can.
I want to say,
Oh, no, you
all
have
the
to wait.
funds,
Pardon?
all the funds that Ryan was able to obtain,
Additional
Yeah,
revenue, yeah.
staff, the grants,
Mhm.
CARES money, stimulus, that we were able to upgrade and bring the college into.
When I tell people that number, they're astonished.
Yeah.
And I say, there's not a rock he doesn't overturn looking for money.
So you were able to do a lot of things you wouldn't have been able to do without that too, I see.
Things that have been on our
On your list for a long
facilities
time.
plan for several years and.
Awesome. Like all those trenches out there? No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
Fixing things that should have been fixed a long time ago. And neglected.
what else has happened that's positive?
Go ahead, Beth.
What?
She's just biding her time.
Okay, yeah, Beth, you were waiting. You
No,
were-
the rest of them.
No, they haven't, this is a new
The
question.
thing-
All right,
the
she had to
thing
go
that-
for it, she was so,
And maybe this is, because
Sorry.
I worked here for 47 years. And the thing that pleased me so much, and I know a lot of it, most of it probably had to do with Ryan and his cabinet's leadership. I never saw this community college so close in everybody having a part of the things that were happening. We had classes, we had kids that were sick. It was just like the thing that, and maybe I'm all wrong, Ryan, but the thing that made me feel that it worked was the total commitment of the entire staff, even the students helping. And that was one of the things I thought, wow, that's something I never felt when I was working here. It was just, you had groups that were leaders, but it just seemed to me like the total plan that they came up with so that they could keep the school open and so forth.
There was some team building, I think, and everybody had a common enemy.
Common enemy, I was thinking
It
that,
wasn't,
yeah.
oh, we're fighting budgets over here, we're
Yeah.
fighting short staff over here, we're fighting with this department over who gets, it was, okay, how do we fight this enemy together and still keep this place operational?
That's a good point.
Everybody had the same goal, and they all had a different role in achieving that goal. So I think everybody really came together over that. And I'm really proud of how quickly and effectively we ramped up our distance learning. And I think that will carry us forward, because we all know as the years go by, it was going more and more distance learning opportunities online for our students anyway. And these guys really stepped it up a notch and met the needs when COVID hit.
And that's one of the long-term implications a lot of colleges are seeing, because they're not going back.
Yeah,
They're gonna increase their in-person, but they're not gonna decrease their distance.
and whether it's education or meetings, Zoom meetings,
Yeah.
or I think there will be a lot of those kind of things that don't return to normal. This will be the new normal.
And I just look in amazement at the number of new programs that were able to be developed through when everybody else was, oh, woe is me and stuff. I don't know. I'm so proud of this place.
Partnership with the businesses around.
Okay, well, it sounds like you had a really, I mean, all things considered, a good year. And did I hear you say earlier, your enrollment's pretty much, are you about? back?
Yeah,
Are
we
you
actually,
close?
we just, yes, it was. I mean, we just talked about that there this morning. I mean, nationally, community college enrollment was down over 11%.
Yeah.
Statewide, we're down about 6%. And we were just right at 1% down for the year. Summer was up 2.5%, so.
You're gonna be back.
Yeah.
Well, anybody else want to add to that list?
No layoffs.
No layoff, that's a big
Because of
one.
COVID, you know.
Yeah,
There are positions that didn't get filled, but
right.
no layoffs because of it.
It really seemed like there were so many people just pulled together knowing that they were in a tough spot.
Well, and not just the college, but the community as a whole,
Yeah.
really did.
I'm still very proud of the college nurse, Trish Miller.
Oh, yeah.
She headed up the COVID program for
Mhm.
isolation and for quarantining
All
and
the
testing
protocols,
and figuring out, and like these guys said, used all of her departments, brought them together and figured it out, how to do that, so.
So it sounds like you had some really super strong leaders within your team. You didn't, obviously couldn't do it all yourself anyway, but you had the others. You know, with those, I listened to the examples you gave though, notwithstanding the common enemy, which helped bring people together, there's no question about that. That potential, that attitude, that expertise had to already be there. So in other words, what I'm trying to do is, even informally, as I'm visiting different colleges, it's interesting to see the ones who had what I call a positive campus climate before COVID ever hit. And then when this disaster occurred, they could pull together and do what you just did. And because not everybody could do that, not everybody did that. A lot of new presidents lost their jobs. I feel so badly for several that, started at the beginning of COVID, brand new president, and not internal. So they didn't know anybody. So one president didn't meet his cabinet for 8-9 months. It was all virtual. No matter how good you are, that's really a tough scene. But in your case, if people already trusted Ryan and some of the things that you were concerned about, I told you I was looking at some of the notes from a year ago. One of the things really high on your comments that each of you made last September was concern about what the community thought about what was going on at the college. Appropriately, accurately or inaccurately, what they thought, and concern about, you were very positive already about Ryan, but you were concerned about how that was gonna all come together. And listening to you now, sounds like you're very much made a good decision, number one, and also that it has come together, and that's also to your credit as well. So more work to do though. You only get to rest on your laurels for about 10 minutes. Yeah, a minute, okay, 1 minute, maybe 10, but then we move on because there's so much more to do. So let's talk about where we are now. When we met, I'm gonna leave September and go to February. When we met, I was virtual, but we had a very intense session in February. And you shared a lot of information about past history and past things that have happened. And people were candid and open, and certainly that was appreciated and respected. And toward the end of that day, you all made some comments, and I just want to share a few of them with you because if I can read my writing, I'm sorry, I should have tried to type it up, but I didn't. because I asked some questions about where you are now, what you want to see happen. And I asked you a question, I said, what do you think the community would say about Garden City? You're out at the grocery store and you ask somebody, what would they say? Here were some of your answers. Are the classes really going on? Are the students getting what they want? You can see if you can recognize your comment. Another one, have things calmed down out there? Is the turmoil over? When are you going to resume athletics? Are you going to run again for office? That came up several times. What's the president really like? Again, more about athletics. Athletics got mentioned several times. How are we going to go forward? Kind of shifting from the community to ourselves. Another of you said, we need to come together as a team. One said, I tend to play the role of peacemaker and I don't want that role. Another.
We'll see if we can figure out.
I don't know who said that. Well, how about this one? I don't like touchy-feely stuff.
I know you said that.
We need to get on with it and just do better. We need to show more respect for each other. I'm not sure I even want to be here, but I support the college and I'm here. There are things we need to talk about. I'm willing to put the past aside and move on. I'm a new member and I'm hopeful. I see us make small steps and then we slide back. We don't really have much trust and we need to work on that. Sorry, my writing again. I don't know what that one was. And then, of course, there was a lot of discussion about the incidents of the past, what we could have done, should have done, would have done. I'm not going to rehash all of that. But then again, it was, we've talked about it, we've apologized, let's move on, let's go from here. And Leonard made the comment, I'm willing to move on, and you got a lot of accolades for that.
I think I left in that meeting too,
Well,
because I was not feeling
You, at the
well.
very end, you did. This is before you left. We didn't talk about you when you left. You newcomers made some observations that turned into some things we could work on. So think about these. Because I'm going to ask you, that's 6 months ago. How you doing now, 6 months later? The newcomers said, as I've watched this very intense and sometimes painful discussion that we had, body language really counts. We need to be aware of how we're saying what we're saying, our tone. We need to be careful about making assumptions and think we know what people are thinking, and rather ask for clarification. The 3 newcomers complimented the 3 veterans, saying you appear very sincere, and that gives me hope. We have to be careful as we go forward or we will slide back. Then someone suggested, when that happens, can we ask ourselves, why did that happen? Did I cause it? Or what could I do to avoid it? And I don't remember who said this, but it was a good point. Maybe we could show more compassion for each other. And then we had a lot of discussion about the strengths each of you bring to the board. And I'm not going to go over those, but it was a nice, really nice long list. And going forward, there was, somewhere, this is in another place because I really liked how somebody said this. Oh, here it was. Strategies for going forward. We will no longer say in the past or when that happened, we will go forward. We will listen more. We'll watch our body language. We'll choose our words carefully. We will try to find time to be together socially. Of course, who knew last February that we were a long ways away from being able to be together, so that didn't work so well. There was discussion about the fact that you have a position on the board called clerk, who's supposed to help the chair keep protocol and follow order. And he said, let's revisit that position and see if we can't use that more appropriately. There was a decision to try and do the end of meeting assessments about how things are going. We're going to talk about that today, whether that's working or not. I mentioned the clerk. There was a discussion about an acknowledgement that we need more board development. And then we concluded, because we had reviewed some of the things that are in your packet even today about what an effective board looks like. And then I asked you all to give yourselves, as a board, a letter grade. So I'm not going to tell you what grade you gave yourself, because I want to ask you, start this question to you is, what grade would you give yourself now in August versus what you did in February? You may not remember what you did in February, it doesn't matter. And I have the scores, but I don't know who said what, so you're safe. But would you say we're A+ board, A board, a B board, B minus, C, C+, those, all of those kind of things, no, there were no A's, but all the others were in there last time. So what would you say? How are you doing now? And then in a minute, we'll look for validation when we look at your survey, but just, what's your overall sense? How are you doing today compared to 6 months ago, compared to 11 months ago? Anybody want to hazard a,
I'd say we would be
okay, so we got one,
going up, equals,
okay,
seem to listen to each other and don't get angry.
can disagree without getting angry.
I think B is a fair assessment. We definitely have more room to go, but I think we've gained some ground.
I think the bigger picture would be that we've improved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know where we were at before, but
yeah. Okay, we'll see in a minute, I'll be able to tell you.
I think the biggest area that I appreciate is I feel there's more trust. We've got some ways to go still. But I don't see so many people getting hurt all the time. That's the place I feel more comfortable, is that we trust more. And I feel that I recognize individual strengths more than I ever thought. And I'm not saying that that was impossible, it was just something I hadn't thought of. And I look at every one of you and I feel strengths and feel proud to be on this board with you.
That's really a good point, Beth, because sometimes you can't even know those strengths unless you get to know the people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the thing about we make assumptions based on the little bit that we know or we see or the appearance and not know what's really there and what they have to offer, let alone what they're going through. So there's always that too. So what letter are you going to settle on? You're a teacher, you can give a grade.
I'm not going any higher than a B at this point.
Okay, always room for improvement.
Right.
I'm gonna go along with Blake and say improved. There's less tension in the room.
Okay,
So, and I would go along with B. I'm good with that.
did you give us a grade, Leonard? No, you didn't, did you? See, I didn't write down, I'm trying not to write down who said what, so then.
sorry, I skipped over it. It was just.
That's okay, no, that's okay. I think I only have 5 responses, is what it's like.
I didn't,
So would you?
I'd probably have to put us in a C.
Okay, okay. Well, here's what you had last time, folks. So this time today you have 1 C, 3 Bs, and 2 improved, improving and improved. Last time you had C, C+, C+. 1, 2, 3. Oh, then 1 C to B, cheated. B minus. And then one person said B, no B plus, no B minus. So anyway, so it's up some. but it's still definitely got a ways to go.
Yeah.
And everybody has, of course, everybody doesn't grade the same, even if you all were to say, agree on your assessment of where you stand, which you'll get to see in just a second, you still might do a different letter grade, so there's nothing perfect about the grade. My point is, you're telling each other, and I get to listen in, and Ryan gets to listen in, and Jody gets to listen in, that you think things are better than they were 6 months ago. Okay, then we're going in the right direction. It will not be a perfect straight trajectory. It's not how it works. And that's why you pause and do what we're doing today. It's like, okay, because if there's something that's bugging you, today is the day to talk about it, okay? Okay, I think we should, yes, I think we should take a quick stretch break. Would that be okay?
Yes.
And I'll pass out the surveys, and when you come back, you can take a look and see what you said. Of course, you did these in late May, so that was 2 months ago, so you might want to change something. I don't think so. From what I'm listening, it's gonna be pretty consistent. So, what, we're on 10 minutes, whatever?
Yeah, it's 4:10 right now, so
That's it, right?
Yes, you
reconvene
were there.
at 4:20.
I can tell, you recognized your quotes.
Just the one.
Oh,
Touch
just
and
one,
feel.
okay. Well, the touch and feeling one, yeah, that was you. It struck me when you said it.
You know what's funny, at the shop, at my house with the family and the kids, I'm the peacemaker, no matter where I wind up.
Whether you want the role or not. you
Yeah,
got it.
yeah. So I guess it's like, well, I do it everywhere else, I might as well do it here.
We buy those as gifts for people.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Oh, did you find some to
Yeah.
buy? Oh,
Yeah, online.
oh, good, good.
Yep, you do.
You remember to pass them.
Water or anything, or
I know, I think I still find one.
Okay. you guys doing all right?
Yeah, but I
Somewhere
remember
in the
they
water.
all.
Yeah, I can get it.
Oh, I'll get it for you. It's fine. Take a walk. Water.
Take a walk.
I was so glad that you signed
Smooth
up
the
for
vein
that
circulation.
leadership thing.
Well, I'm so glad you went. That's just really,
I sat at
participating.
my front table all day. No, just, but
Well, Colleen was the first one to bring it up because you were in her, she was in a group with you or
Yeah.
something, a discussion breakout. I don't know if you remember which one. She's really
Yeah.
nice.
yeah,
She's good people.
yeah. It was so funny because, oh, in that group setting where the board member, that session I was on, when they broke us up. And the first thing I thought was, how are they gonna break us up? And boy, she did, just.
No,
so
they know how to
good.
do it. Yeah.
But it was so funny because this one man, I'd have to look, it was on the second session or maybe the third even. But when the board member turned to the president and ordered him to, and it's the word is ordered, and I had squared it on it.
You mean in his handout he puts the word?
Yeah,
on
it was one of the cases.
Oh, the case. Oh,
Yeah, and
okay,
it put
he
this,
said,
that the
yeah.
board member turned to the president and ordered him
Yeah.
to make a change, and I've got it in my notes, but anyway, so at the very end, I
Jody,
said,
here's extras. if
Oh,
you want.
at the very end, I said, and this guy was so good at that very end, I said, that is not the right word. We can't order our president, we can request, or we can do this. He said, oh, you didn't like my use of that word? And I said, oh my gosh, you wrote this. I would never have opened my head if I'd have known.
Good, how are you?
I mean, he had written down, well, did you write it that way because he wanted you to object to
He
it?
said he'd never thought about it. And I'm trying to think.
And not to mention that, wasn't the same guy that made the other mistake?
No. That guy only talked just a little bit. He introduced, or he welcomed us. Dr. Penn,
Oh,
Chancellor,
Sean.
I liked him.
Yeah.
And, no, Roberto was the one that bit me out of shape a little bit, but I kept my mouth shut.
I need to be able to know.
Oh, the new CEO, and by the way, we had just announced it, so I said.
Oh, you mean GA?
Yeah,
GA said that order?
no, he
Oh.
wasn't the one that said it.
Oh,
I
okay.
said congratulations.
Oh.
I think I'd have to look on my notes.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, you heard G Hang.
Yeah, I like him.
Good evening, everybody.
Stay out of trouble, will you?
Tall order, Leonard.
I know,
Tall order.
have a good day anyway.
Wherever it is, I circled it. Oh, wait a minute.
I'm gonna run down the hall, Jeff, I'll be right back.
That's fine. I gotta go down there too.
I'm sure you'll all come back and I will.
Oh. Case study number 1. Oh my gosh.
Oh, busy? Maybe for Hawaii. Monday. Or, well, so Monday we leave and then I'm racing on the weekend. So we're out there.
Where'd all the candy come from? That
Oh,
was
the
here.
Jody just brought it in.
I'm looking forward to it.
No,
That's what I was looking for.
I got beat up this.
Wow. So that's what I was looking for out there.
Well, help yourself.
Chop it in.
Good for your diabetics.
Hey, it's in check.
What?
It's in check. I figure, what the heck, I'm gonna live.
Hey, I'm gonna die happy whether or not.
After this last ordeal, I got 7 lives left.
I mean.
I'm not just gonna quit everything.
That's what I don't have any license, so,
I told her,
You know, I
she
honestly
doesn't
don't
need
know. It was in
to
like
make
aisle
one for
7.
us. And then I look at that, oh, look at that, how neat it is with that little binder. And ours is just loose. Oh,
I
on
got
the,
bruised. My
on
toes,
the,
coming, running down.
coat of
Running down and
Ah.
hitting so much,
the.
it was.
Oh, there.
I
See, ours just,
ran on Saturday and then.
Yeah, I just kind of flipped through it there. I didn't have a chance to
That's good.
look at it, but it's good to have that. So
that's what I thought.
It's about a mile away from the finish line where I
My
told you.
weakness.
And in fact, I was like tired of the lot. It was yeah, like I was done.
Hey, you know,
I'm running tomorrow.
Huh?
And she's like, you don't look very happy. And I was like, I'm done.
What were you gonna say?
I said, what do you know for sure?
And I
Oh.
know. So the first 2 miles were almost straight up.
Been a long day.
Nothing for Monday. Thankful you're back, which is good.
Like that. Well.
I thought about coming to his service this morning and I
We
decided
went
against
switch
it.
back all the way back down. So my first 2
I
miles.
thought maybe it might be a little boring.
My next 2 miles, we're all the way down.
What's
Our
that?
meetings are boring.
Like just, just making up the time.
I've never been to one, I probably
All
ought to
the way down
have
my back.
gone, to know.
It was good.
And just miss a.
Last hand service, I was somebody else was here.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it
The
was.
whole
Utah
difference
was.
is you don't talk about yourself.
No.
No what?
I was wondering, doing service, everything is about him.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I did,
I was up in Montana, I was up in
Yeah,
Pasco.
what's my middle name, here's the prize.
You know, I think, I really think a lot of this success was by not having that influence. I can't say that in front of everybody else.
Yeah. They're absolutely good.
And it's like a breath of fresh
I don't
air.
think you would have,
Yeah.
I don't think your employee retention would be very good. Right now. It hasn't changed.
My, what was my name?
Yeah, it was April.
So come up on the feed, 3 years ago.
There's snow up on in Glacier and I like paths wasn't
Swinburne.
able to go through. It was, to me, it was 60-degree weather and 20.
I just blinked real fast.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't
you're
think
good.
you'd have- I don't think you'd have a lot of the same staff or faculty here.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I, so Maryland, I leave, Monday we leave for Hawaii.
Yeah.
Race out of Hawaii.
Yeah. So,
It's not.
Well, feel bad for my wife, she gets to sit on the
Right.
beach while I torture myself, so.
Don't
It's
feed
my
the-
choice.
Don't feed the devices, so, you know.
Kids kids are going, they're gonna race too. They got like small mini races.
I was asked this morning if we're on schedule. Are we on schedule?
No.
Daughters run.
Out here in the middle?
Whatever, the whole thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to have been done.
They did them out in Utah.
Originally, we had it slated to be done August 10th.
Wahoo. So we're gonna say a little bit in,
You put a pen on there? No, that's tomorrow.
We got it.
You got to know.
No, I mean, yeah, we do have a penalty in the contract there, but we went back. Part of it was because of the contract, concrete contractor. Was fine because of weather and everything.
That's where we're racing.
So we sat down and changed it to September 10th because he can be out. We found a different concrete contractor.
So this, yeah, this is,
They've been doing-
in fact, they still got
they've
some
done
of
a
the
good job,
cost,
so.
you know, our loss.
Who was the contractor?
Any, honestly, listen, and I didn't realize
Oh,
most of the
Amers,
jungles.
but then we have FC Construction.
Get shot.
So Amos isn't doing anything?
They'll do
In fact, we were watching a
here,
movie the other night and it was something.
like a lot of the specialty concrete work we have in the middle.
I bet that's Hawaii. Choose to look up. Yep, it was Hawaii.
Oh,
The Huguenot company's finish up the sidewalks. They're pretty tough.
Damn rings?
Sorry, he's Chelsea.
No, I told
what time
Teresa, I was like, man,
That's
I,
what kind of guess we're looking at.
Well,
kids are
that's
spoiled.
every
It's
time
the
we
best
go
place
down
we
to
got to go was
Caribbean
maybe
summer,
Colorado.
it's-
But
Hands down, whether it's raining or.
but they're excited to say like, see, I'm great.
So you need some-
I would agree, like,
Yeah, this last trip to Mexico,
Sure did. That was a girls' trip.
usually a couple of their husbands, they go in January to the Chili Bowl races.
Well, because of Corona and some waiting on vaccines, we didn't get to go in January. So this was our delayed January Chili Bowl trip to make up for the boys going to the racetrack.
Okay, I found out who it was. And I like this guy very much.
Oh, you're still looking for that.
Oh, I found it. It was the second, it was Eduardo Martin.
Oh, Mark, Eduardo Marti.
Yeah,
Martin.
anyway, so I just picked it up. I said, because that wasn't the one we were talking.
When
But
you
it
called them out
said-
about the case studies. and-
Said the
Uh-huh,
chair
that's what
of
she
the
said.
board ordered the president to present a college policy on demonstrations on campus. It was where they had the Black Lives Matter. And then the white nationalist group wanted to come on and the president turned them off, said, no, you can't. So anyway, I said, no, I said, the entire board worked for the president. He didn't order him to do anything, or shouldn't have. So I mean, board does not give specific, all this stuff.
Still.
And then when he said, oh, I never thought when I put that word ordered in there.
He kind of restated his wording. in
Yeah,
the case
and I
study.
said, oh, I'm so sorry, if I had known it was you, because he was good.
Yeah.
I said, if I'd have known it was you, I would not have said anything, and he just laughed.
No, you should call it out on it. You don't order anybody. But anyway.
Pam, how do you feel like, I guess on the community college side, or at least from ACCT, how do you, I mean, I feel like we fared, good things can come out of COVID, we fared pretty well. I think as a college,
No, I think
I
you
mean,
did.
We
do
were
you
more
feel like that
successful
is, I mean, with all the aid and things like that, do you feel like the community colleges as a general, I'm not gonna say prospered, because that's not really the best
Well, they
term,
didn't
but I mean,
prosper because they lost so many students.
right,
Yeah.
but I mean, do you feel like the colleges I don't wanna say better shape, but I mean, did they come out
Compared to.
compared to, I mean, big universities or compared to maybe a other year that wouldn't have that? I mean, I don't know, like I said, I just feel like there's been a lot of opportunities for grants and things like that, if they've taken advantage of it.
That's the
Yeah,
key right
yeah.
there.
Well, I think fiscally, it helped.
Yeah.
And of course, every state everybody got the federal
Right,
money.
right.
But those colleges that rely heavily on state funding probably got hurt worse
Yeah.
than those of you who rely more on local funding,
Yeah.
for example. So but financially, I think they're gonna make it. I think the biggest concern, and you folks did well in that department, was maintaining enrollment,
Sure.
not for financial reasons.
Right,
but
right,
because
just
of
in
lost students. There's a lot of, when you talk about 11% drop, like,
So,
that's a lot of people.
Mhm.
And there's serious concern about whether they'll come back. At least in the near future, because for a lot of people, life happens. You know, it didn't work, so I went to work, and I did, you know, how do I get back in? I think we'll probably see Ryan and his peers across the country figuring out how to get back the ones who dropped out.
Or the ones that said, I'm gonna take a year off, and
Or I'm taking a gap year
then,
and
and
gap
then they
back
don't,
wider,
they
yeah.
don't quite come
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I think that, in fact, some people, it's not just community colleges, a lot of people are concerned that even our high school students, you know, basically lost a year, and some of them two, and a lot dropped out. So it's, that to me is a bigger concern, but in general, certainly all of the, you know, the acronyms better than I do, but all the CARES money and the, what? I
Yeah,
don't even know.
CARES and this last round
The
was
last
the
round,
American Recovery
Yeah.
Plan.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a number of colleges say what you did, we did stuff we've been needing to do for a very long time, which is good, it's an investment.
Yeah.
And no matter what your politics are, the current administration is really pro-community colleges. And I don't think it's just because of the first lady, all that it hurt, you know, that she's a community college professor, but, so all things considered, you know, community colleges survive. If you're asking, how did you do compared to others, from what you're telling me, you did much better than most.
Yeah, I think it's the access and affordability standpoint.
Oh,
too.
that's
I mean,
true,
community
too.
colleges
True.
are built on access and affordability.
And why would you pay $50,000 to go to a university to sit in your dorm room and do it all
Right.
online?
But you see those 4 years, we're seeing it here at Kansas, I think you're seeing it across the board. Schools that used to be qualified admissions, you had to have
Now they
entries
let
for
them all
ACT,
in.
now it's just
You all
come one,
come?
come on, absolutely, yeah.
Do you think long-term, the wider use of distance learning and greater acceptance of that will end up closing some smaller community colleges? If these students now can, instead of having to go to what's closest, that distant learning
I think
is
it's
more
com-
readily available?
Yeah, I think it's competition, but no, I don't think it'll come close to closing, because
Okay, well, and I don't mean all, but I mean
but-
some of the
or
more
even
vulnerable.
shrinking, because maybe some of the very expensive private small community colleges, which there are, not really community colleges, they're junior colleges, but we serve a lot of people that don't do well in distance learning. So even when you see, at least that's where I'm coming from, when you see people, we saw distance learning expand, and some people found out they could do it. But I know I'm a teacher at heart, so sorry, but they don't get the same experience. But there's a part of the experience, what I think we'll see grow is the hybrid, where you do a lot of it online, but you still are meeting with a faculty member and projects with your fellow students and practical, you know, in the shop. Now, in workforce development, online's never gonna replace that, because it's hands-on, but even in the other areas, there's a lot to say for that exchange of ideas and what have you. So I think we'll see the hybrid growth versus everybody shifting over. And then there are people who just they'll never be successful with online. Just not.
I have a daughter that's a counselor in a middle school, 600 and some kiddos. She's the only counselor. There's social work and psychologist, but she said, Mom, we gotta get them back, because that 6th, 7th, and 8th is so important that they have the facial.
Yeah, and the encouragement and the inspiration, and particularly if they're coming from homes where they're not getting it at home, then that comes in. But I think it'll change, and I think to your main point, it's gonna shift a little. But yes, there are certainly a lot of people who can do the online, and if you can do half your work online, and the other was not. So I think I am seeing this, I'm seeing colleges already rethink their facility master plans in terms of, you know, how much brick and mortar should we be building versus, or what kind of brick and mortar, maybe not classroom, but the old fashioned word, learning, we used to call them libraries, then learning resource centers, or tech centers or supply, I don't know what the latest language really is, but those kind of centers where students can go and work at a computer, and there's advice or help available, and there's resources available, and it's not every faculty member with his or her own classroom with their own whatever. I think I probably see more of that, but I know some that have definitely called the halt on this building already.
Learning communities.
Learning communities, those kind of concepts, yeah. Still a human component, and frankly, it's something we do better than the university does. You know, you're sitting in a classroom with 500 people and one sage on stage, as they call it. That's, I almost feel like that model is you manage without them, or in spite of them, not because of them. Anyway, I distributed to you the document that is the summary of your responses to the survey about the board and your assessment of the board. So I want to give you a few minutes to look through it. You do not have to read it verbatim, but go through, look for the highlights, and then we'll go back through it and pick out some things that I spotted that I think we should talk with each other about it. Probably the best summary is page 6 and 7, because it shows you, page 6 shows you the areas that you gave yourself the highest scores, and page 7, the lowest scores. And congratulations, everybody responded, so we had 100% response rate, so that's great. You have yourself just some candy and pass it around,
Good evening.
or keep it all, whichever.
Jody?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Well, I'm not. Okay.
I would sit around and eat candy until I come to things like this, and then for some reason I do.
This is your taste of Bozeman.
Yeah, this is made in Bozeman, Montana, you guys.
Well, then you can bring this one. You gotta try something, right?
It's not empty calories, it's a cultural experience.
Right, personal investment.
It's okay, I got my run in this morning.
you far enough along that you want to start talking about some? Do you want some more quiet time? Give you some clues.
2 more minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Green apple.
Yeah,
The
you
green
can-
apple ones are pretty good.
That's why I always caution people, don't pay attention to the flavor. I told you, somebody, one time I had a trustee grab one that was the chipotle and literally spit it clear across the table. Felt badly for him, but we all laughed, but
Well, I gotta look here, salted mocha, sea salt. Salt Charlie, not Chipotle. That's classic.
I like the chocolate ones and then the sea salt, those are my two favorites.
Butterscotch.
Butterscotch sounds good there.
I'm thinking it's
Did you fly right in here or to Dodge?
Dodge. Spent a couple extra hours in Denver because the flight was late.
Anymore, I just drive to Denver. By the time you end up with delays, from the hour driving over there, it's like, I'm just gonna drive
How
to
long a drive from here to Denver?
about 4:15 to the airport.
Oh,
Around here, we're pretty used to driving. I am anyway, so.
that's 4 hours.
yeah. Where would they?
It's almost 4 to get to Wichita, it's almost 4 to get to Amarillo. Not that one. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, I took a lighter one.
Has she been stealing our candy?
I mean, I put it here for me and you.
Oh, she took it off the table? She did take it off the
No,
table.
I put the basket here for me
Oh,
and
the
Leonard.
whole
Yeah,
basket, oh,
she
okay.
came all the way around and thought she got one.
Oh, acting like a family.
I'm just teasing you, Beth, you have whatever. one.
No, I know that. And I already have what, I have had 3 now, and that's 3 more than
Okay, well,
the
never
blood
mind.
sugar.
You want some,
Have some raisins. Be good to have some raisins.
sure you like raisins, don't you?
Nope. That salted mocha was way better.
Good caramel.
Mhm.
Where'd they come from?
We have a little company in Bozeman that makes them.
You brought them with you? Okay, thank you.
Mine always comes out a little chewier.
Yeah.
I can't get mine, but
They claim that and they've had tremendous success. They're going all over the world now and hired more employees even. But they claim it's because of 2 things, besides being good candy makers. High altitude changes the composition and the dryness of the humidity. There's something about the way the sugar caramelizes in a caramel that is different because of those 2. At least that's their story.
next time I make caramels, I'll have to do that up at our cabin
Yeah,
instead
go-
of here.
go
and
on
see
and
if
try
I
it
get
out.
any
Yeah.
better
On a
results.
nice dry day and see what happens. It's fun. You can go out there and watch them doing their big vats. I
Wash
guess.
and make it.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, even when you take a boxed cake, they have different
Oh, you do? Oh, I
procedures for the.
I learned that
higher
the hard way when I moved to Bozeman. Some things, especially with a lot of sugar, like a pecan pie,
What is the altitude there?
55. And the sugar just like the center of the pie just exploded like a volcano, literally exploded in the middle and then flowed out.
So it became more of a
Like a volcano.
middle school science
Yes,
project
all
as
over my
opposed to a
oven.
baking endeavor.
And then other things just that aren't quite that sugary, they won't rise right unless you add a little extra flour and a tad of extra water. And oftentimes bring the temperature down 25 degrees. I kind of learned the hard way. So,
Ready?
okay, so let's, and you can, obviously we want you to keep looking, but I just want to make sure you get a chance to talk about some of the things that might be helpful for you as you decide, remember part of our goal for this evening was to end up with some specific goals for you as a board, priorities for you as a board about what you might like to work on in the next 12 months. And then that fits actually very well into the issue that Marilyn raised too about just what if we say be a more effective board, what does that mean? What does that look like? How does that translate into conversations? So again, I'd start with page 6 and you'll see the kinds of things that you rated yourself highest on. And the first one was that you recognize positive accomplishments, which you just did very well in our own exercise. But this means you're doing that all year long. And I assume by that you mean you acknowledge people, you thank them, you congratulate them, you celebrate the good stuff, not just challenging stuff. You also gave yourself very high remarks for question 9 and 10, the next two there. And well, even 22 as well, but I'm thinking 9 and 10. Because remember the overlay of a lot of what we're talking about is what does the accreditation visiting look for when they come? What are they looking for? With respect to you, they have a long list of what they're looking for with Ryan and his colleagues. But from you, what are they looking for? Probably the single most important one is, do you understand your role? And do you stay in your role? Or we have lots of phrases for it. Stay in your lane, stay out of the weeds, don't micromanage, whatever. Stay at the 30,000 foot. You know what it means. But again, a lot like Marilyn's question, you would probably all say, oh yeah, we all know board members need to stay in their role. Good, great. What does that look like? Well, what happens when you get inspired by this great idea and you come to share it with Ryan? Or as Beth called out the colleague at the GLI, by the way, if you don't know, all know, 3 of your colleagues, Shannon and Dave and Beth all participated in the Institute last week, which was great that they did. But she also called out people when they messed up, like ordering their president around. That would not be your role to order the press. So you were right to do that, Beth. Okay, anyway, we'll come back to more to what accreditation would look for there. So that was very high. You say we discuss things thoroughly, we support the college programs, we're all willing to take a stand, and we look at all the available facts. So those are all good things. And as long as your behavior in your board meetings reflect those, then your visiting team would say, well done. Okay, then we go to page 7. Still not awful, but could be better. So this is with those ones that are in the B category, could be better. Kind of gave yourself an A for page 6, but on page 7, what could we do better? And one of the lower ones was something you mentioned earlier. What could we do to help with the partnership, with the reaching out to the community? Doesn't mean you should be out there starting programs, but what entrees can you provide for Ryan and his staff? And how much ambassadorship can you do? 23 would be one they would have more, if you had this score, and both, I'm looking at the top 2, number 18 and number 23, well, actually there's 5 of them, the same one, but anyway, they probably would not be as concerned, just so you know, about number 18, because some boards really do that and some don't. It's great if you do, but it's not bad if you don't. 23 is different. 23, it's bad if you don't. That 23 will get you in trouble. This is the code of conduct. Are you setting a positive example? It would have everything to do with how you behave in a board meeting, how you talk to each other, how you talk to staff members, but it's also how you speak when you're out in the public. Just as Leonard talked about earlier today, you know, you're out there as representing the college all the time. You say, well, that's not fair. I'm still a citizen. Yeah, but if you're a real jerk citizen, it's not going to look good for the college. In some colleges, thank goodness you haven't had to have this, but there have been really practically scandalous things that have happened in terms of behavior, get picked up for solicitation, DUIs, inappropriate use of funds at their own company. You have a college not too far from here that got the longstanding board member got in real trouble for violating some EPA rules intentionally. And so when that happens, they weren't acting on behalf of the college. But you know what the newspaper said, board
College
chair
trustee.
so-and-so did blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So, yeah, so that definitely comes up. That's more extreme. Number 23 is usually referring more to the kinds of things and how are you respectful to each other, do you choose your words appropriately. Doesn't mean you can't argue and disagree and vote differently. It's not talking about that. It's about your own behavior. Board members engaged in continuous training, you're working on that, but you still give yourself a low score. I would think that one of the things, and Ryan's gonna get a chance to talk about that a little bit, what do you need to do to prepare for the accrediting team? It will be not only show that what you've been doing and are going to do in the next year, but I would recommend you have a formal professional development plan. You know? In fact, you could say, we're gonna do that every year. We're gonna say, this year we commit to doing the following. We're going to have at least one retreat, maybe two. We're going to have special sessions on topics of the day. We're going to send a representative to our state meeting, or we're going to participate in virtual. Nowadays, fortunately, think about Shonda's earlier comment, the virtual stuff for board education has just skyrocketed the last 15 months, and that's not going away. That is absolutely not going away for ACCT, because we found out how many more people we can reach. It's not as fun as in person. I would say maybe not quite as impactful as you getting to share with your colleagues, but it's so much better than not doing it.
Well, and I just
Yeah.
know even in our industry, as
Uh-huh.
hands-on as it is,
Yeah,
how all of our training they're doing virtually.
yeah. And anything that lends itself to training. For example, if you need a crash course in parliamentary procedure, I see you have a booklet for tomorrow or something about that. We've started offering a 2-hour primer virtually on parliamentary procedure. You don't really have to be in person to do that and do it well, but some topics.
Well, we had inquired about that because
That was part of our.
Leonard was one that said, hey, you guys didn't even do this. And
Yeah.
so we had to go back at the next meeting and get
Yeah.
rid of something we had done wrong.
Yeah.
So then when the woman did this, and I didn't even know before that there was such a thing as a professional accredited
Mhm.
parliamentarian. Anyway, I asked ACT the next morning, our leader, and she said, no, they didn't have it in a smaller, concise presentation, because, I mean, that's beautiful. So I asked Jody, I said it to her, I said, do you think maybe you could get this printed for the
Did they
ones
say
that
it was
don't
okay
have
to
it?
do that? Did they say it was okay to reproduce that?
I don't know, I told him I was going to,
Okay. Probably copyrighted by somebody.
but anyway, well, I asked, when she said, no, it was not one that we could order and pay for.
We'll give him
What does it say?
Yeah, okay, well, that's fine, I don't want to.
No, but anyway, it was, and she said no, and I said, well, we need that so much most of the time, you know. I had a dream, but I told him I was gonna have copies for all of them.
That's fine. I'm just saying there is a service available to do that, where they'll do a virtual 2-hour. and
Oh, but
provide
that's what she
materials.
told me.
And
She
they'll
said,
provide the
oh,
materials. when you do
one
that.
of the men said, oh, we're thinking about doing that in October, November for boards.
I just know it's been available. Anyway, come back to this.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. No, not a problem.
I told him I was gonna do it.
Professional development plan, whatever it is, parliamentary procedure, whatever you need, good idea to have, and you recognize that. Remember, in a way, the board self-assessment is a lot like the self-evaluation for accreditation. They're asking you to say, what do we need to do more of or learn more about? What could we do better? They're asking you. And you're being honest and you're saying it. So just as in accreditation, once you've identified the areas that need improvement in the college, or more assessment, more program review, whatever it is, then the next step is, and here's our plan to do it. And here's how far along we are, or here's how we did it. So for you today, part of your accreditation process is a board self-assessment. You had a whole session on how to do it. You developed a plan for doing it. You have a policy. I can't remember, it's in your policy. There's probably at least a one line in there. That's a little different how. Yes, the policy cover gets a little slack on some of those kind of things. So, but if at least it's in there, and then you did it, Now, today you're talking about it, then the next step is what are you gonna do? The answer my proverbial very highly polluting question, so what? You did it, so what? So we identified 3 or 4 things we need to work on. We made a plan, we adopted it, and then we worked on it. And this time next year, when you do your self-assessment, you're able to say, go back, and in addition to doing an inventory like this, the next year you can have a part 2 that says, and here were the 4 priorities you set for yourself last year. How did you do? Did you even do it? Did you remember to do it? And if you're really smart, about halfway through the year, they'll say, Ryan will remind you and put it on the agenda and say, well, let's see how we're doing. Oops, I forgot about number 3 and 4. We've been so focused on number 1 and 2. Maybe we better do something. In other words, you keep yourself honest. And then you get an A+ for what you're doing in the board self-assessment. But coming back to this, the ones that you might want to work on, clearly, number 49 is a concern, would be a concern for me. And that is, the respect. And that has to do with everything we've talked about over the last 11 months. Having respect for each other, having trust. It's not a horrible score, but it's not a great score by any means. So trying to decide among yourselves, what else could we do? Does it just take more time? And that's why I asked you when I said grade yourself, and you mostly came up with a B with the one little bit lower than that. What would it take? How would you, is it just gonna take time? Or for example, you said we're gonna be careful about what we say, what words we use, what body language. Is that working? Or do we need to remind ourselves of that? Do we need to put on the back of your name tag so nobody can see it but you? Am I setting a good image for the board? That's what some people have done. They've written on the back of their nameplates, the ones, keep your mouth shut. Well, you know what one used a lot, is, do I really need to say this? That's what they put. Do I really need to say this? Or another version was, has this been covered already? In other words, when is it time to stop? We've heard enough. So
How do you get from I have something to say and I really want to say it, to, is it really pertinent to the topic that we're talking about, to this business?
You mean, how do you get a person to do that? Well, you start by having a discussion like we are now, is, do you agree as a group of 6 that what you share should be relevant to the topic? So you have started the real basic. Do you at least agree that you should stick to the topic? And if you agree to that, then you say to each other, okay, if I slip and go way off topic, it's almost like, what's our code word?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we okay with our colleagues saying, that's an interesting thought, I don't think this is the time? And you go, oh yeah. And then because what you're doing is you're agreeing to police each other and to accept it without being offended and say, okay, well, when would be the appropriate time? And then you have an answer for that. Well, it's going to be when we talk about future possible agendas, or maybe that's something you could talk to the president about privately, or maybe it's, and you see, you're not dismissing the idea, but you are calling each other out on that really isn't related to this topic. But then again, maybe it is, and the rest of you missed the connection. So as chair, you might be able to ask something like, I'm sorry, Shanda, but I don't really see what connection that is to the agenda. Can you help? What does that directly relate to this? Or is that some, and then Shanda gets to think, well, yeah, it really is, because here's the connection. And then she makes her case. Do you all agree? You keep going. If you don't, you say, well, it seems like that is going to take us down, the proverbial rabbit hole. Let's see if we can't address that somewhere else. Or Ryan might even be able to offer and say, you know what, that's going to come up in 3 items later today in today's agenda. Or if you'd like, I'd be happy to meet with you privately and talk about it. But what you're doing as a group, and it's where the trust and the respect comes in, is you agree as a group, what's your protocol for doing that? Because we're all going to mess sometimes. We're going to mess it up because we get excited and we're passionate. And you said something, and oh, that reminds me, I want to, because look, if you ever map one of your conversations and See what happens? Well, why wouldn't that happen in a board meeting? If you're not following parliamentary procedure, it will really happen. But even if you follow procedure, you might still offer an observation or a thought, or when somebody makes a presentation. Again, you're agreeing to how it should work, and then you're agreeing to remind each other. And the third part is not be offended when your colleagues remind you, because you're all gonna need it at some point. Unless you don't say anything. I guess that wouldn't happen. But it's not easy. And of course, the one that is the lowest of the low in your whole score, and that's why it's on your agenda, and Marilyn asked to be on the agenda. And I know you're really just kind of beginning to talk about this whole issue of diversity and equity and what that means for student success and achievement and where we go from here and what's the board's role. We have it on the agenda for later this evening. I don't know how much we'll get into that tonight, but at least we can see what ACCT is sharing as a resource for that, and also make some decisions about how much better informed maybe you need to be. I mean, clearly it falls on the president and his staff, but the president cannot be successful on a topic like that if the board isn't there with him. So that's why ACCT has gotten involved in it. It's a little more, not in the weeds, but it's a little more concrete and specific than a lot of topics. But that's because it is, the research is showing it's so overwhelming, so overwhelmingly a huge component of student success that you can't separate it out anymore. You can't assume it's just going to happen. So this is the overview of how you responded, and we can walk through and then pick out ones that you want to talk to more on page.
I can see that number 49 may change and go lower.
Number 4, where's 49?
All respected by my fellow board members, especially with the election coming up and change, possibly changing board members.
Is that 49 or? Oh, no,
Yeah, it's not in
Trustees
numerical
have-
order, but number 49 is.
On page 7 there.
wait a minute.
When you talked about, I feel.
Oh,
respected by
yes,
my
I'm
fellow-
so glad. Trifocals, I could not find 49 to save my life. Yes,
So we have an
Yes.
election this year and
yes.
3 members are up for it, so.
Thank you for pointing that out. I mentioned respect and then I couldn't see the number. Yes, and that's why we also pulled that out and put it on your agenda today. We really need to talk about that. This is a crucial period for you as a board. First of all, the next 12, 14 months are crucial because of accreditation. But a really huge piece of that is the election. The election would be important if there were not a single controversy going on. It would still be important because it's when the public pays even closer attention to you. And it's when if you do mess up and say something you wish you could take back, or worse yet, you don't wish you could take back, and it gets you into trouble, it's going to be magnified. Because you're literally going to have both a spotlight and a magnifying lens on this board. And it will all be public, and it will all be in the press, and it will be on the internet, and it will be everywhere. And your accrediting team will watch all of it. So that's a quick response, but your point is very well taken, David. You can be, and as I understand it, your election is based on the top 3 vote getters, not by areas. We need to do something about that someday, not right now. There's very few of those around. I'm surprised you've gotten away with it this long, because the whole movement toward true representation is by areas, geographical areas, based on population and based on the census. A lot of boards right now, literally, because the census data is just coming out, are going through the process of redistricting and redrawing their areas so that they're equivalent. You've got about approximately the same number, and they've got to have lines, which is probably not as big an issue for you in your district, but they've got to have lines so you're not skewering it for certain ethnic groups or certain whatevers. But they have to be balanced in terms of population, and then you're running against Europe, so you would be running against whoever else is in your area and whoever else is in your area, so forth and so on. But I haven't thought a lot about this, but when you're running in it for the top and the top vote getters, whether you've got, has it closed? It's closed. So how many people are running?
There's 6 of
So
them.
6 for 3 spots, okay. When you have it, that kind of a format and you have incumbents, it's particularly critical because the incumbents bear a heavy weight. You're responsible already, because you're a board member. You're already responsible for this college. Witness you being here today. And it's a heavy weight because everything you say is a reflection on the college. A challenger can say pretty much whatever they want. I mean, it's not always ethical or moral or whatever, but they can promise the world too. You're sitting there as a knowledgeable board member, knowing that you as a single board member cannot promise the world because you're one of 6. You don't have the authority. You're back to you've seen this before, but I want to put it up there. I meant to do it before we started. The 3-1. One board there's only one authority, and that's the board. It's not any one of you. Any one of you alone has no authority whatsoever. So if one of the challengers makes a comment, well, if I get on there, I'm going to bring in 3 new sports, or I'm going to get on there, I'm going to cut out those athletics because, now, they can't do that. And it might be a good time to inform the whole community who's watching or listening that one board member can't make that decision. But I can tell you where I personally stand. I support whatever, or I would not, but my point is, if one of the 3 of you that are running make outrageous statements, it's a negative reflection on the college. If you make those kind of statements and you lose the election, the accrediting team is still going to have watched it, and they're still probably going to comment on it's clear some board members don't understand appropriate behavior. But if you make outrageous statements and you win, then they're going to jump on you really hard because they're going to say, you better get to work because this is not what boards of higher education do. So, but it's still tough. You all are, and the other 3 of you are not off the hook, by the way, because how you act during this election counts too. Nobody can stop you from supporting your candidates of choice. But I will tell you, the best of all boards who are not running for office, stay out of it. They just stay out of it. Whoever wins, let's see, I think, I'm trying to think who's right. Whoever wins, you got to work with them. And it would be better for them not to know that you didn't support them, right? But,
They may know the name.
well, yeah, but legally, you can,
Right.
nobody can keep you from doing that. But if you're going to ask me what's best practices, it's that you stay out of it. And your close friends will ask, well, who do you what you do privately, that's your business. What you do public affects the college. So it's a tough one. But it would be really nice to see Garden City just conduct a legitimate, talk about what you care about and why you want to be on the board and what you're proud of and what you hope will happen next. You can do that without pointing at anybody else. And it's very legit. And frankly, in my opinion, it makes you look like a more solid candidate and a more stable candidate and all those other kinds of things. But back to your point, it will affect how the community is viewed. It's a good chance to brag about the college and how well you coped with COVID and the new career technical programs. That was a phrase I was trying to say earlier when we said CTE, career technical that you've added and that you hope there will be more. So anyway, that's, again, but you can also run against your colleagues and still be respectful. I mean, that's the bottom line. So, thank you for catching that and helping me with my eyesight. I appreciate that. Page 8 is the summary of the broad categories. And the other reason I like this one in your case is because I was so happy to see the third one in, board president relations, was it's your very highest mark. you'll get it, that's an A+ for you. Your working relationship with your presidents, you should feel very good about that. Your two lowest ones are the board professional development, which you're addressing. And again, need to finish that, keep that going. And then the DEI, which it not only is it your lowest, but from what I can tell is the one you've probably done the least on. And I know you've got some things going, but you need a formal board commitment to that, whether that's a statement, whether it's a training, that would be a perfect board training, or what is it anyway? But, and then from there, you're supporting the president to actually do the work. So that's a quick overview. I'm gonna thumb through and have you stop me if I skip a page that you want to talk about. I was wondering about page 12, question 1 and 2. What it is you'd like to do to make your meetings more effective, and what it is you wish you had more timely, adequate background information before you make a decision. Jody, don't take this personally. Almost every board says I want more time. Either I want my materials sooner, or I want to talk more, or I want more time before I have to make a decision. It's almost a universal thing. And a 3.5 isn't a horrible score, but it's a long ways from a 5. So let's start with the first one, because by the way, it's not a reflection on the chair, so Marilyn, don't you be offended either.
No, I welcome it.
It's number 1.
I welcome it.
And I think we said this to Blake the first time we were talking a year ago. It's not just about the chair, it's about all of you in the meeting. So I'm just gonna ask you point blank, what would make your meetings more efficient? Shorter is not necessarily better, so that's not the criteria. Efficient, you did what you needed to do, you did have time to talk, people got heard. I knew what I was talking about. If I needed more time, I could ask for it. People stick to the topic. I guess what your query earlier would fall into that category. You know, how often do we branch off and start doing, I call it stream of consciousness conversation. And pretty soon we're talking about something we don't even remember what we started on. What caused you folks not to give yourself a higher score with that very first question in the inventory? And if you want to see how you felt about it, just look at the chart on the bottom of page 13, question 1. 3 3s and 3 4s. Can any of you think of something that you personally could do that might make the meetings more efficient? I know you can think of something that somebody else could do. That's easier. But anything you can think of for yourself. Do we spend too long on an item? Or not enough? Brian's staff talk too much and then you don't get to talk very much? That's another common complaint, by the way.
I think I've seen some of both.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, depending on the scenario and the passion,
Okay.
you know, involved in whatever the topic is. Maybe some of the topics that are kind of out there for us, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example.
Like what?
Maybe like facilities master plan and ACs,
Yeah.
and it's like,
Yeah.
okay, I have no clue what's going on. How much do we ask? And when do I go, okay, I don't need to understand it, I know enough.
Right.
So I think sometimes we can get off in the weeds maybe on something like that, just because of lack of understanding
So in a
sometimes.
case like that, just take the facilities, what did you say?
The facilities master plan stuff.
Oh, the H,
And
okay.
the HVAC
All right, let's
stuff,
take,
yeah.
let's use that one, that's a good one. What would you be telling them about HVAC, or what is it you would want from them? Why are you telling them it at all?
I am not telling them anything.
Okay,
I have
your
our
staff.
facilities
Okay,
director.
why is he telling them, or she, why is she telling them?
Well, I think it's hitting the highlights as far as what the,
Mhm.
you know, what the purchase will allow, or why it is that we're bringing this forward. As
So,
far as
so there.
So
keep
staying
going.
out of the weeds, but how is it that's going to address facilities, you know, our master's facilities plan?
Because they had a problem with the facilities,
Could have been, or we're at end of life, could be,
or you're gonna get ready to spend $2 million on it. And
Yeah, that's usually the big money
Yeah, it's
expenditures.
a big one.
You know where I'm going with this?
yeah.
How much of that is operations versus you want the budget to be balanced? And when you built the budget, you had some ideas. Now, when all this new money came in, a lot of colleges started hustling really quickly. And if they had good plans in place already, they were lucky. But what I was trying to do, and I can't tell you where the line is because it's a fine line. Some of the stuff about facilities, you don't need to know. You just need to hold his feet to the fire. And so you might get it done right and you follow code and you blah, blah, blah. Now, if it's a purchase, if you say he can only make purchases up to whatever, 500,000, over 500,000, he has to come to you. That's what your policy states. 50, okay, you need to revisit that really soon. That's a policy I would have had 20 years ago. Because you know how fast you can spend $50,000.
Yeah.
You can't blink. But anyway, so you guys should have that discussion another day, not today. But what I was getting at is, as a group, you decide, maybe that is more detailed than, like you said, Shonda. Maybe I'm not in a position, nor did I take this office to be in a position to know the pros and cons of this one versus that one. But I might like to hear the facilities person say, we did a thorough review. We had our criteria, we were fair, we did a bid, you know, and then beyond that, that's good.
We do have that information from him.
Yeah, so you get that information. So part of the issue is you having those conversations with Ryan and kind of figuring out where is that line.
Well, and honestly, I think part of it comes down to,
Being able to respond to the community. So
Sure.
when the community comes to us and goes, why in the hell did you spend X amount of
Right,
dollars
right.
on
Perfect, that's the
this?
so what.
I need to be able to say, you know, this has a 20-year lifespan, it's
Yeah.
the best on the market, the service, I need enough that I can make a community
Exactly.
member understand where they're
And
at.
also feel like you're doing your fiduciary responsibility. So
Sometimes you don't know what you don't know, so you gotta ask
it
questions
is
so you
true,
feel more
and it's fine
comfortable.
to ask the questions. The reason I kind of interjected the other ideas, I'm cautioning Ryan and his team not to come to you with such fine details that are just gonna like, either you just say, I give up, I don't know, do whatever, or maybe I'm in a, you don't have a developer on the board. A lot of boards have developers or construction people. And guess what they do with that information? And then pretty soon you'll have a rabbit hole, you've got a whole type, yeah. So it varies, and this is where you help each other too. Shannon, it's perfectly fine to say, I'm not sure I got all the details, but from what I can hearing it's okay. But then if one of you starts to go down that path of getting into, well, what color will it be? Or, you know, they do that with like carpeting and things like that. No, that's not your, the rest of you can step in and say, I think we got out of our lane there. Let's get back in. But you have to be comfortable making your decision.
I think we do a pretty good job of the information that gives us to us, and I don't think as a board, we've gotten into that realm of asking too
Not
detailed
too bad,
questions.
no.
Okay, not too bad,
Yeah.
okay.
All this infrastructure, to me, it was outdated, it was falling apart. That was enough answer for me to
Yeah.
get it done.
Yeah, good point.
Talking about the effectiveness and stuff, efficiency, is like, a lot of that stuff, those major purposes are in the consent agenda.
Mm.
We take time that we take them out of the consent agenda and talk about it. Why don't we just list them as separate? Because we know we're gonna take them out anyway.
And that's,
You know, some of them.
well, that's a part of what I see about you all deciding as a 7. You give that feedback to Ryan and whoever is your chair at the time, then that tells him, okay, I'm not even gonna put that on consent, I'm gonna put it over here. Because in a lot of boards, that kind of discussion might pass consent and that would be it. And here's another strategy, I think we talked about this before. If it's on consent, and you're reviewing your agenda, which good board members do, you reviewed all your agenda before the meeting, and you see that, and you say, I need to know more about that. Call them ahead of time and say, by the way, I would like to have this one removed. It's a nicer flow when you get to the consent agenda and the chair asks if there's any that want to be removed. If Ryan says to his president, I think we need to remove numbers 6, 10, and 12 because there's some questions and we'd like to address them. And also what that does, it takes I'm not even sure that's pure parliamentary procedure. It might have to be that one of you have to do it, but he can say it and one of you can then agree and make the motion, because it takes away the notion that one of the 6 of you has a problem with that issue. Because that's how board members get reputations, and then people bristle. And so you have a right to take it off, you let them know, you mention it, somebody passes a motion, and then because you alerted him, he's going to then explain it before anybody else has asked any questions. And sometimes, like, I'm thinking in Shev's case, if you'd called and said, I don't understand what this terminology even means, I'd really like to know. He explains it to you, he's gonna explain to everybody. If you want to know, other people needed to know too, I promise you. And then that may be the end of it, and there's not even a need for a discussion. Occasionally, you're gonna call him and say, you need to know, or Marilyn, the chair, and say, when this issue comes up, I have a real concern about X, and I'm just letting you know ahead of time, I'm gonna bring it up. And if you're having that conversation with Marilyn might say, well, why don't you call Ryan and let him know that? So you have a conversation with Ryan explains it to you, and you're satisfied with his answer, but you know there's community people out there that are thinking the same thing. So what do? You go ahead and ask the question. You be the, what do you call it, the setup person, you know, when you.
The wingman.
Tee it up,
Plans
thank you. Yeah, and tee it up for him, be respectful, polite, you tee it up, he answers it, it's done. It doesn't look like you were critical of the president, but you are doing your due diligence, makes you look good, makes him look good, makes the college look good. So those are just some of the kind of strategies you can do for that. What about getting enough information? What do you want from Ryan to help you feel better? That's really kind of a score for Ryan than it is, more than it is for you.
Well, in a lot of the facilities and things like that, Derek does a pretty good job of coming in and telling us
Okay.
what and why. And
So are there some places, some presentations that they don't do as good a job?
I can't think of any right now.
There's just a couple that was late last minute that we talked about, that wasn't a habit thing.
Okay.
And so some of the one-offs, I think, might
Might
have
have reflected
contributed.
that. Okay, that's helpful, Shannon.
I think the one that probably sticks out to me, I think it was last month's meeting where we were talking about, and you know, that's probably where feedback from you would help there. It was on the student software where we had
Yeah,
the chat
just
box.
because we didn't know the name of the thing in the first place. And then when he explained it to us, yeah.
Probably should have, I mean, because I think once we pulled it up on the screen and we showed what the capabilities that it had there with Butler Community College, and you could see how the interaction happens. That started to make a little bit more sense rather than just talking through. So if it would be on situations like that, if it's more relevant to have a quick 2-3 minute demo and walk through what the capabilities of the software may be versus just sitting here and having a summary that says, here's what it can do. That might be more helpful to use our time in that manner, but I'm open for suggestions.
And I think too, one of them was financing with the different color pages that we got that night, and had to vote on,
Mm-hmm.
but it was because they just got full information.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times we
That's-
pull,
Was
I
that for
pull-
the-
oh, sorry, Dave. Yeah, I pull items because I feel like it's not so much that I have questions about it, but I feel like the community
Right.
would have questions about it and, you know,
Need to make it.
allow these guys to shine and talk about,
And you pull them from consent, you mean?
yeah.
So why not try to do that before you get to the meeting? first of all,
I usually do it myself.
okay, but don't you get to see the agenda before it gets published?
Uh-huh.
So then you try to help him pull those himself before it gets printed.
So out of consent agenda, a separate item.
Well, yeah, if you think
And
that's
we don't
gonna,
have to take the vote.
if you
to-
see it ahead of time, that there's gonna be discussion, you give him, now he's gonna get better and better at that. I know he's a great president, but he's gonna get better and better at predicting what you're gonna, and if he does, what you're telling him now, and I'm hearing, right, is don't put it in consent if you know we're gonna talk about it, put it over here as discussion
It's
and move on.
informational.
Or whether it's information or just be discussion, if it's in consent, it has to be an action item.
Board action item or something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And just, and then you can help as chair, when you go over the agenda before it gets printed, you say, yeah, you may not realize it, but that's gonna be a problem, or not a problem, but need
Of
time.
interest.
Of interest, yeah. And sometimes it is not a problem with the six of you, but you think the community needs to know more. And that, again, back to the very first of this, our afternoon together, community connections, community relations, community image. That's, believe it or not, even though he spends a lot of time worrying and working on that, you six have the primary responsibility for that particular area. You are supposed to be his eyes and ears out there sensing what's going on and letting him know. And that would apply to agendas just as well as to anything else. So, all right, so we're not gonna beat you up on this one. It's just that I figured there had to be some reason that it was,
Pam, can I ask one more question of the members here?
Sure.
So another part of our board meetings are the monitoring reports and the discussions that come up with that. Is that effective and efficient?
We have to do it, so, yeah.
Are you saying feedback wise from?
Yeah.
I feel like we kind of just say, well, what do you think? And everyone kind of keeps quiet and we move on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, and I don't know if we are all happy with it or if we're not. I don't think it's effective. I know we have to do it.
you only have to do it because you set it up that way. So I'm just gonna throw that monkey wrench into things. I just worked with a college that's worked for a year, a policy governance college like you are, to change how they do the monitoring reports. Because their conclusion was it wasn't particularly effective. They didn't have particularly good discussions about the issues, and they were killing their president. And there was their new president, took her third year before she spoke up and said, can we please do this differently? She and her staff were spending hours and hours and hours and hours putting together reports that the board really didn't need. And there are other ways of monitoring, and they didn't drop policy governance, but they modified how they did it. There is no one template that works for the world. You happen to be one of the very early users of policy governance. So you actually have one of the, one could say oldest models, or,
Archaic.
yes,
And
I'm trying not to say that. So if you're feeling that way, it's something worth looking at so that you're still practicing the principles of policy governance, but so that they turned out half of the reports they got, they didn't need, they didn't want them. They needed to know this about the student success and this about fiscal, but there was a lot of other stuff in there, and they had grown from brief reports to literally fat reports. I kind of doubt that they were reading them all, frankly, and they were nice people, don't get me wrong. But anyway, it raised a lot.
I think the reports are useful and I think they're concise enough. I think we've established that Ryan doesn't have to spend a lot of time on it. I just don't know that when we're in the board meeting, that we do much more than just, yeah, we acknowledge them, we read them. And there's just not a lot of discussion or maybe a format of going about it. That's the only thing I
Yeah, or
get.
does it provoke the discussion that would be meaningful?
But maybe the fact is that we are just happy with monitoring
Could
reports
be.
as discussed and we just move on and then, I mean, but I don't know if there's a stepwise process or I don't feel like.
Okay, I will confess. This is one of the things I think, that's ridiculous we do this. But then I think maybe it's because I spent so long when we were doing the policy governance as an administrator, maybe the rest of you think it's important, and I'm thinking,
So you don't have pride of authorship about that it has to be, stay the same?
Yeah.
Oh, how funny. Sorry.
oh, sorry, I didn't say that.
You
Yes,
you
I
were
did.
looking this way away from the camera, so that's good. Well, just rattle it around, think about that the next time they come up. And I would encourage you, Ryan, to take a look at it, to confirm or deny or modify Blake's statement about it's really not that much work for you or not to put them together. Because that's where the issues come up most in two different boards now that are.
I think the
revisiting.
diversity thing, I think that was very important because it
Oh,
was
yeah.
brand new. And, you know, we haven't paid attention to that.
No, you need good data, you need good
Yeah.
research, but what we have, you know, Beth, you've been in this business a long time, as I have. Once we start doing something, we tend to keep doing it. And then we add something to it, and then we add more, and then we add more, and we add more. We rarely go back and say, well, wait a minute, maybe this other part isn't even that relevant anymore. You know, the last 5 versions are good, but the other 5 things before that's not getting at what the board wants to know. A monitoring report, whether it's for policy governance or traditional governance, which is really not that different, is to answer the questions the board wants answered that fall within their role. But you delegate a lot of this to him to provide the evidence, and believe me, accreditation requires enough from you to give evidence for everything you want from him. It's just that they don't come around that often, and that's another approach some people are taking, some colleges are trying to make their monitoring reports fall in line more with accreditation, so that you're not doing multiple versions of the same thing, but in fact, when it comes time to report to accreditation, you've already done, 90%. There's a lot of different ways, but anyway, I don't, now I'm taking you down a rabbit hole, so I'm gonna bring you back. But you asked the question, and it's a good question, and you should just think about it when the next agenda, look at it and see, well, of the whole report you read, how much did you really want, what did you need? And then of all of that, what would you like to discuss? And then maybe you want Ryan to even say, here's the report, and here's the highlight I really want to call your attention to, or here's the piece, pay special extra attention to X because that will help you when we have to make the decision about whatever. But if it's simply to prove you've done whatever it is you want it done, well, okay, if it's not keeping your staff from doing what it is they really need to do, that's a different issue. I know that your dinner has arrived. I'll just say quickly, page 16, that was your highest one. You feel very strongly about your president. You do say in there that maybe we could do even more to support his own professional development. So if I were you, Ryan, I would take that as an entree to think about how they could do that. It's really important for your president to be engaged away from campus professionally, whether it's the President's Leadership Academy or it's AACC or it's something that the Kansas State presidents do. Those kinds of things are not junkets, or you want to go get another degree, I guess. No, he doesn't. He's gonna pass on that one. One college I'm meeting with next month, their president's been there 5 or 6 years. And so what they are asking for in their contract this time is a mini sabbatical, just to take a term off and go do some professional development that is not a degree program, but just to engage in another environment. Some people will do short sabbaticals and visit other colleges and steal their ideas or whatever, or sometimes there's a variety of different things people do. What I'm talking about is don't let your president get burnt out, because these jobs are horrendous.
We don't want to get too good either, we don't want to lose.
No, you don't want to lose him, but you want him to be refreshed and creative, right? We've already talked about partnerships. I'm on page 20. workforce development, community agencies, educational partnerships. I tried to highlight some of the ones that you might want to show up in your goals for this time. The next, there's some about data, which is good. Before I let you eat, I want you to go to page 24, because probably the two most important ones on there, we've already mentioned it because they were on the list of low scores. And it's question 23 and 26, the code of conduct and honoring a decision once it's made. Look at question 23, trustee by trustee. At the bottom of page 25, you'll see. There's 1, 2, 2 3s, 3 4s. You're all over the place about the code of conduct and sets a positive example. Clearly, you think there's some work that can be done there. So I'm gonna circle you back before we leave tonight and say, okay, what could we do about that? Do we even have a code of conduct? I think we have a code of ethics. I think you call it conduct, but we'll take a look at it because I looked that up too. So that one should be of concern to you. And similarly, once a decision is made, this is question 26, board members cease debate and uphold the decisions of the board. You don't have to go out and advocate for the decision, but you can't go out and trash it. You can't go out and trash the people who voted for it. When I say you can't, I'm saying it's a disaster for your institution if you do. You will get sanctioned for that. That's back to the one board, one voice. And that's a tough one. That's a tough one for some folks. Let me see, we talked about board training already. Those were the toughest ones. And then your lowest ones were clear over on page 34, which again was the diversity and equity. That was your lowest one of the whole inventory. I do want to commend you, and we are going to break now, but don't put away this document, because I thought your responses on page 42 and 43 of the open comments were excellent. We don't all agree on everything, but the comments were really thoughtful. What am I proud of? What do you have to contribute? What are my concerns? And what might be some priorities for us this year? You really did a good job on that section. And it can be the beginning of our, I've been trying to capture some things even as the afternoon wore on. It can be the beginning of your list about your priorities. Right. It's actually very well done. So my, let me make sure I'm doing this right. My suggestion would be you have something to eat, and then we're not done with this because we can come back, but we're just set it aside. And as soon as you have eaten enough that you feel you can talk and eat, you don't have to take a whole long time. We can go to section 5 on your agenda and look at some of those specific issues of accreditation and diversity, community relations, board elections, and then that'll wind us into setting up some priorities, because we have an hour and 15 minutes left. So maybe we resume I have 17 till 6, right? I didn't change my clock, so I have to watch. I have to stop it. So at 6 o'clock, if you're still eating, you can, but we'll start working. That'd be all right. Okay, so feel free to take a break too if you need to go do that as well. And Jody, what do they need to do? They all the same? Grab one?
I think they're all the same. I'll just start passing them out for you.
Now, if we need to switch chips, Beth.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know, they all look the same. I don't know.
No, this is Doritos.
Oh, is it?
That's
Oh,
Sun
no, I'll
chips.
have to see which chips you want.
Okay, who wants Sun chips?
Luck of the draw here.
Okay, maybe there's only one.
I think there's only one, but these are all Sun chips.
Okay.
Oh, salsa Sun chips. That's a big bag.
Thank you. Mine's Doritos. Maybe Marie just likes me better.
Oh, that's what that is.
Are you guys actually keeping us till like midnight? Because there's a lot of food in here. I think we got
What in the
through.
world is that? Is that jello? Oh my gosh, I've never seen that in a picnic basket. That's pretty cool. It does look like it's. Yeah, dinner and breakfast.
I mean, that's the town meeting there. Do you think that's all gonna fit on this one bun?
Oh, that's what they
Take it home
did,
with
is separated.
Oh.
Or they look at, everybody should trouble.
Oh, we're good.
She's speaking the
Because I
hardest.
remember you saying, I remember you saying you're not going.
Was it like?
Like I said, I mean,
Is this your own service that did this? And she said, no, this is that. Oh, they're gonna take care of you.
They always do, but anyway, I'll still feel.
oh, no,
Making you
no.
do it.
Marie
No,
must
we're
be
good.
way too many football players and athletes. We just don't eat quite the
It's not like the.
quantity that they.
They had
Oh, right,
breakfast
right,
in
yeah.
my hotel and food. So I went down and it was already determined for you, so they just brought it, It was fine, but it was 2 eggs, 2 sausage patties, big thing of potatoes, 3 pancakes, and juice. And I looked at that and I said, I thought I should take a bite of these because I really can't get it back.
Now you'll know next time. Can I have a smaller version?
know. Oh, the meat.
What happened to my napkins in my left hand?
You're talking on your phone, looking for your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, Skeeter's done that.
He must be hungry. Got quiet.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Marie just likes to do better.
Yours was different from everybody else's.
Which I'm okay with. And some days a girl just needs that in her life.
Well, since 3 of you went to the GLI last week, I'm assuming nobody's going to San Diego?
Oh, yeah, I'm going.
Oh, good, good.
So you're showing, going,
I'm going. Are you going?
Yeah. Are you going?
Yeah.
Oh,
To
great.
the Dillon San Diego.
You are, Leonard? Oh, you're not, okay. So 3 of you are, Leonard?
Huh? You're going, aren't you, David? No, you're not, okay.
That's
So-
the same weekend of the criminal justice has their regionals here. Hosting them.
So 4 of, oh, you're not, I thought you were saying you were, okay,
And Ryan?
Are you going, Ryan?
I believe so.
Where's that?
The ACCT?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we've got our fingers crossed and are cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, they told us on this that they were not gonna cancel it. That's what they said.
Well, the thing that went out today said if we're trying hard not to, but they have to defer
To
to
the state.
what, the state. And then if it does, here's the refund policy. We've got a nice program.
I was
planned, so
surprised to
hopefully
get
They could
cheap.
relocate
Yeah, they
it
were
as
bad.
opposed to cancel it
$200
at
or something like that,
California.
huh?
we can
Yeah,
never
I
get enough
thought it was really
hotels,
For,
you know,
I mean,
and people's.
Yeah,
I really, that's pretty reasonable.
I thought so. For the way everything's set around.
Vegas.
Well,
Yeah, maybe.
we were lucky, like, we're going to Hawaii next week. We got tickets for $400.
No joke.
Yeah.
How
Wow.
far in advance did you get them?
2 months ago or 3 months ago?
Really? No, good deal.
Yeah.
We were looking earlier, well, springtime,
Mm-hmm.
because it was Caleb's senior trip and why not do something big?
Yeah.
Oh, not after the prices on those
Yeah.
airline tickets.
Well, go in the summer. Don't try to go
Yeah.
spring break or January or Christmas, but yeah.
Try to go when they're not under mask mandate.
Well,
Yeah.
true.
That's the only problem is we
Yeah,
go
right.
to the mask mandate
So
full
we're
way
hoping it for the-
and the 8-hour flight over there,
Do they make you get tested before?
we have to get a negative test. Like,
I know,
we leave
people are
Monday,
so ready
I have to
for
get a
it.
test on Friday. Have to do 72 hours within the flight. And so Walgreens only does it on Friday. They don't do it Saturday, Sunday, so we have to get it on Friday in order for us to leave on Monday. And like, that's it. Like, I mean, if we don't get it, like, I mean, you know, it's like,
Oh, no,
there's
that's
no,
a little nerve-wracking.
and it's not like we have a lot of access to other clinics. Like Walgreens is the only acceptable clinic
Right.
around here.
Dylan's doesn't, Kroger isn't on the
so.
list.
Something normal.
That's on the list for Hawaii travel. is
So
Walgreens.
John Schaefer,
Yeah.
the biology instructor,
In
he went,
California,
and
they're
his
doing
niece or
so
something,
well.
so they was getting married, so they went over spring break. And yeah,
It's
Walgreens was
just
it.
like
Yeah.
other places get that barrier where.
So, We have to get the negative test and, I mean, it's fine. We have to upload everything to their website and we have to do a questionnaire before we leave. We have to do a daily check-in. They have a, like a QR code that they assign to you and
When
you,
he hadn't
that's
officially.
like every restaurant, everything. You have to go.
Contact tracing.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we're staying on the beach and that's about it. That's it. So, fortunately.
See, it's your vacation.
Yeah.
About Mexico, I had to take a test to get back in
Yeah.
and fill out the questionnaires, but they weren't doing any kind of contact tracing and all of that.
So, I'm going to race. If it wasn't for the races, I don't know that we'd be going right now.
Yeah.
Being the fact that it's so many, I mean, it's fine,
Don't move the needle.
it'll be okay, I'm sure.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
It's just kind of stressful. If I would have known that too, I would have probably left, we would have tried to leave in like midweek, like Wednesdays, or so we could have either done it like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Yeah.
you know, the test up to 72 hours of your first leg, but this literally, we only have Friday, so
Yeah,
we're gonna keep fingers crossed.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, 300.
So we have tests on the way back too?
Nope,
Fair to students who already
They just-
Now, if you leave internationally, the US,
Yeah, you
that's
do.
still in the US, so.
Yeah. But if you were to, like, we're gonna stay on Oahu the whole time,
But I need from the.
but if we're gonna go over to Maui or the Big Island or anything, you have to do a test before you go over to one of those too. I mean, like, it's like,
You always plan on the worst. of it, so all students, all
Kind of.
It's exhausting.
I mean, it is exhausting, I get that
They have to
their
be a full-time.
state is pretty much tourism,
They just have to take
and
any class.
they're kind of smaller, but
Yeah,
So it doesn't, you know, wouldn't.
I get it, they want
They
to.
just have to
I
spend
think
up to
yes.
$500 to get $500. No?
You'll be taking a class, but because they're taking a class on Tuesday, then they could have the potential for
Oh, I thought it was,
impacting.
because I thought it was, tuition rate. Cash.
So online students don't know.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Dual credit students that are only at the hour. Counts. It's only if they're taking class.
One of these days I'll remember to bring my own little lunch bag to take all of my leftovers home and then onto the office for lunch tomorrow.
I was trying not to destroy the nice bag they had everything in for that reason, but then I couldn't get in it.
Tear it over.
In-service go well, Ryan?
It did. Yeah, we had a good speaker. Was one we had 2 years ago that came in and just talked on culture and creating a positive culture and how to deal with change. And we had Compass Mental Health come in and just talk about warning signs of mental health. Talk through all the new technology, get everybody up to speed on things on that end. Had a DEI breakout session. Good, it's the first time we've been back in person together for a year and a half.
Wow.
Food you have left over,
Not much.
the way those boys are carrying out to go food.
Yeah. Yeah, not much. We,
I saw them heading out there with the bus.
I know everyone kept on being like, can I get some foil? But probably for the better. Honestly, I had maybe a small bag of pork and a bag and a half of chicken. But I had 2 briskets set in the back. And I think they caught whiff of it, like who was it, Deb? And some of the city commissioners came by there and I said, well, I've got some briskets still back here, and I took them out and started cutting them. And it wasn't but 20 seconds later, all the boys came up and they're like, can we have some brisket? I don't know, we probably we cooked about, I don't know, probably 350 pounds of meat.
What was this for?
National Night Out, we
yeah.
invited, I just told Ryan, I said, you know, get some kids together or something and come up and it was good. It was good for the community. I had more compliments. The community was like, you know, they really enjoyed that. Plus the kids like really interacted. I mean, they, you know, which of course they stayed around and played games and stuff like that. But yeah, we went through racks of ribs and brisket and we were cooked all day long, but it was good.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great event.
Yeah. How many kids did you guys end up bringing? You brought 2 busloads.
2 busloads, yeah.
When those football players came out, I'm like, oh man, I don't know if I have enough meat.
That's what Tom had told me. He said, yeah, I'll send some. Actually, I'll just send my big boys because they're practicing in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, mine was about 20. So it was all the offensive and defensive.
Yeah. It looked like 60, just the size of them and everything, but, and then volleyball players and basketball.
And then basketball, yeah.
No, it was good. Kids really enjoyed it. We got some good pictures. There was a good one of like, big O-line playing frisbee with our son Matthew. And it was so funny, Matthew was like, he's like, they kept on telling me what I was supposed to do. He says, I know what I was supposed to do, they just wouldn't give me the frisbee or something, or they kept on wanting to show me, and I was like, I knew what I was supposed to do. They had fun. Yeah, it was good. A lot of community, well, and I got a lot of compliments, like Chief Pruitt and, you know, the officers and that, they really said, you know, how much that really meant to them, just to get interaction with them, and, you know, they're playing cards, and just, I mean, in general, and I think it was good, you know, those kids need to understand too, have understanding that, you know, the officers there to help and everything else, so, no, it was good.
Yeah, so Court and I saw Chief Brew,
Yeah,
sitting there talking to a group, about 5 or 6 of them. I thought, man, I'm gonna go up here and listen and see what they're asking him. It was all about his camera.
oh, really?
How long you been wearing that? Why'd you start wearing that here? Am I on right now? I'm not gonna be on when you pull me over.
Well, and then like, well, I know that one of the officers brought one of the canines, there was a group of, I don't know, probably 15 of them around the canine, they were all petting him. I thought somebody went down, or somebody was doing something, and it turns out it was just the canine down on the ground, and they were all petting him, he was enjoying it, so it was good. Yeah, no, it was a good event.
Yeah, I didn't realize they had, what, six or seven different neighborhood. things
Yeah,
going on there.
yeah, I think they had eight,
Eight,
something
yeah.
like that of night outs, so. We usually hold a pretty good one. The police and fire department know to come to us to eat. We usually have enough meat.
Yeah, the best food.
I don't know, we have a good time cooking.
Yeah, that was a heck of a smoker there though too.
Yeah, we got pretty spoiled. That's an expensive car, not even a used car, it's an expensive regular car. He's gonna start selling them.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Smaller models.
all different types, even the smallest one, he was trying to convince Teresa to let me buy one. The smallest unit was 14,000. That was a single door one, that's like a stand that you can put.
You have to be doing a lot of.
Oh, I know, you have to do a lot of cooking. But, you know, for catering and stuff like that, those ones that we use, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I would like.
Took me about 2 hours to clean
talk about what we-
afterwards, after the night,
So you bring him up to speed,
Yeah.
and then we can say what you can.
but it was
Yeah,
good.
that sounds good.
Nobody should have went home hungry, that's for sure.
No.
I don't think, well, it was funny, I don't know, I was shocked. We always make some burgers and hot dogs, just, you know, especially for the kids, a lot of times, younger kids, you know, they won't eat. I was shocked how many of the players wanted hamburgers and hot dogs. I'm like, you got brisket over here, and you got, you know, all this good food, and no, they were happy with the hamburgers, but then I think it quickly got out, then they started coming back for the brisket and the everything else.
Couldn't believe, I was talking with a bunch of guys there at one of the tables, I said, "Did you guys go to the cab before you came over here?" Yeah.
Didn't slow them down, huh? Well, I'm glad they did, maybe it slowed them down a little bit, otherwise I might have ran out of food. It's okay. It was worth it. It was a good night for it too, I mean, it was cool enough.
Oh, yeah.
Would have been entirely different. We've had them where it's been, you know, 100-degree days out, and it's pretty hard to get out there.
I give up.
Yeah, we had two different
Did you try to get that lid back on the little
couples
one?
came in there to pick up their
I'm gonna need it.
goal passes the next day.
Oh, yeah?
We're over there.
Well, good. You know,
Community.
yeah, I think we had about, I mean, we served about 350 people. It was a lot of, well, all the first responders and that came through, and which is good. know I couldn't have done it without Ryan's grill, that's for sure. That, we were debating, well, he didn't have one, because he had those pull behind Traegers, and he had sold the last one, and then Traeger stopped making them, and so that's when we didn't know we were gonna have to pull together grills and figure out how to cook all of it, and we were really debating whether or not what we could do or not, and then that's when he decided, he's like, well, I'll just go buy that grill.
Did you guys do this at your house?
Yeah,
So how many grills you got going?
we did it, we had this big, it's a Southern Pride, it's a big pull behind, but it's a double door, and it's got 6 rotating racks like a rotisserie.
Oh my
Like
gosh,
$25,000 smoker, and
that's like,
it was awesome.
Food Network. That's like Food Network
yeah.
worthy.
Oh, it is, it's,
Yeah.
if you're looking for the best grill, that, for catering and things like that, that thing is awesome. And I mean, it's propane run, but then there's got a side port where you put logs in to smoke. And, we started at 6 o'clock the night before with like briskets and everything. And, just running all the way until we ate at 6 o'clock the next day, but it held temperature, it holds temperature, awesome. It's.
Is it a restaurant that owns it or something?
He owns a barbecue shop or like a grill shop and everything like that, but he'll do like, for events and that, like cook barbecue and stuff like that.
And he even sells our meat for it.
Yeah, and then he sells the
From our
meat from the
meat
college.
judging team, he retails it downtown.
So most of the meat that we cooked up that night was from
Oh,
college.
that's great.
And, but yeah, it was a good event, and then, like I said, he'll do a lot of cooks for different, in fact, that was the first night it got used, I mean, it was.
Oh, really?
We were the first ones to use it, so I had to clean it, that's why it took me 2 hours plus to clean it up, because I had to get it spotless. I think Clint used it the next night, or a couple days later or something, he used it for some event or something, so.
Pretty good trade-off
Video of
there.
it?
What's that?
You take a video of all your activities?
No, but it's funny, all the players were like, can I come TikTok this? And I'm like, you do whatever you wanna do, I don't know what you're doing, but.
Don't touch anything.
I had the doors open and it's a pretty amazing set.
Oh.
Yeah.
My packet
Which packet?
for tomorrow night. Thank you, you're welcome.
So, are we ready, Madam President, Chair?
Sure, let's get
Okay,
back to business.
get back to
folks.
business. We have an hour. And our goal is to touch on the 4 items there under Roman numeral 5. But kind of intertwined with all of that is starting to come to identify some priorities for you, as well as anything else you want to talk about. Before we will come back to all the wonderful stuff you wrote at the end of your report, self-assessment. But I know people were eager to read, and so I feel bad, like I might have cut off the other part a little bit sooner than I should have. So I want to take a moment and just ask if anybody had any other comments about something you read in here that you didn't understand. It's probably going to be more a comment than the numbers, but there were a number of comments. Now, not the last page, not the last 2 pages, because we're going to come back and do that together, but in the previous 40 pages before that, if there was a comment that maybe you didn't understand, or maybe one of them was yours and you do understand it, but you want to explain what you had in mind, what you'd like your colleagues to know about it, or if you had a surprise about some of the topics, and or anything else you'd like to say, because I feel like you've got to read it. I tried to pull out highlights, but I don't feel like you've got enough time to say, oh yeah, but I also want to talk about this one or that one. And if not, that's okay, because then you can also bring it up as we go along if something causes you to remember it. If not, then I would like to call to your attention in your packet, you have a 1-page piece that I believe I probably shared with you in February, but I'm putting in again to be safe. It's the one that's titled Accreditation Rules of Engagement. I think at this point, you're pretty sophisticated about accreditation. I know when we met a year ago, you told me you were not, but you've had a lot going on since then. It's just kind of a reminder that without accreditation, you don't exist, literally. Everything you believe in, everything you're trying to accomplish is at stake with accreditation. And then the other principle I like to share with especially lay boards who are not that familiar with higher ed, is that it's not some big bureaucracy in the sky. It's our peers. It's our peers who help set the standards, whether they serve as commissioners or they serve as volunteers that come in the visiting teams that have collectively, with the input of Ryan and board members from all that huge area, and the HLC, I think, is the largest of the 6 regions, so it's a huge area, determine what the standard should be. And having said that, there's a standard, but there's a number of ways to implement the standard, so it's not a cookie cutter thing. So if you really are meeting the standard, I sort of think shame on you, because there's a lot of ways you could meet it, but you can't ignore it. That's the one thing you can't do. And if you do, you get sanctions, warnings, probation, or lose your accreditation. And we've had a number of colleges we're a number of private colleges lose, and a number of public ones get put all the way on show cause and be taken over by another college. You're not anywhere near that, but you don't even want negative recommendations. They may make suggestions about things you could do better. Almost everybody gets those, but you don't want it to go so far as like do this or else. So my pitch tonight is just take accreditation very, very seriously. I'm not speaking about any of the 6 of you, but I have worked with board members, never a whole board, that felt they could just thumb their nose at it. and they did. And then the whole college got in trouble, because that's what happens. They'll come back, they'll sanction the college, they may sanction the board specifically. Fairly or unfairly, they rarely name a board member by name. They'll say the board doesn't understand its role. The board isn't living up to the standard, so they'll hold all of you accountable, which leads me to use that term about policing a board. I guess it's kind of a loaded word. I gotta think of a better verb, because I'm using it as a verb, not a noun. That the board's part of your role, and it's in your policy, I found it in your own policy, is to enforce, I think you call it discipline, but enforce your policy with your peers. So that means if someone's doing something you know they shouldn't be doing, or you suspect they shouldn't be doing, you have a responsibility to bring it up to the chair, or if it's the chair, to the vice chair, and then the rest of the board as appropriate, and address it. You can't say, I'm not doing it, only she's doing it, or only he's doing it. You'll all get sanctioned for it. And you'll get sanctioned more if it was obvious that you knew and you ignored it. So with that somewhat gloomy introduction, I would also like to say accreditation can be a very positive experience, because you get acknowledged for what you do well. It's a bit bureaucratic in the sense of all the work. So Ryan and his staff are going to be really busy preparing this, but you are, I'm sure, because they've been trying to live up to all the things that were already pointed out to them. But they're going to get even busier in this last year as they prepare that. And he's going to keep you up to speed. He's going to need your help at times. He's going to need your blessing at times. And he's above all going to need you to do those activities that relate to board improvement. With that, I'm going to turn it over to him and let him tell you what's going on, what they said, what they recommend, what you're going to be doing, anything you want them to know. And this will probably be, I'm sure you've talked to him about it already, about some. There will be many more to come, but this is a chance to talk very candidly about the board's role in all this. So I'll turn it over to you, Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan, real quick, do we still have the same liaison through, no?
No, Eric actually was promoted, so he's basically second in command of HLC now, so we have a new liaison. We've met him, Mark and I have met him virtually.
Okay.
but he's one of the other vice presidents at HLC right now. Really good, very open, still have access to Eric, so
Sure,
if we have questions,
Okay,
he's there for us.
sounds good. Base 10.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I thought that we would do, just kind of go through, kind of starting with the report that came back from HLC back in 2018-19, and just kind of highlight some of the recommendations that came forward, specifically board related. And then from there, really start to highlight on things that have been implemented, that we've put into place as evidence to meet, you know, what the intent of each of these recommendations were. And then also just kind of finish with talking about going forward, what are some things that we need to do between now and when we submit in September of 22. So as we took a look at it there in the report, it recommends that we do an embedded report as part of our 4-year reaffirmation. So that'll be what it is that we're doing, our assurance argument that we submit here in September 22. But with that, it had stated that there would be an embedded report specific to providing evidence of board orientation for new members, ongoing board development for all board members, specifically defining the board roles and responsibilities, strategic planning responsibilities, fiduciary responsibilities, effective oversight, and self-evaluation / improvement processes. So specifically in 2018-19, those are the areas that the HLC team had came down and had asked for a report. We've had clarification since then in talking with our liaison to where there will not be a separate report that we have to submit specifically to what the team had asked for back in 18-19. Rather, what we will do is actually, as we're addressing each of the criteria, we will be speaking specifically to what has been done at the board level to meet these areas that were brought to our attention in 18-19. So it's not a separate report, it's just part of evidence that we have to provide when we talk about each of the criteria. So what I wanted to just kind of go through, and these are aspects when we're talking about evidence. Evidence is the physical proof of what it is that you've done to be able to address each of these aspects. So what we will do, just as an example on board development, what they're wanting to see are what are the tangible pieces of evidence that you have that you can show. So it would be an agenda of this meeting. We've had board training on board roles and responsibilities. We have the agenda item that we can upload and show that there's been board training for all board members on board roles and responsibilities. We have an agenda from back in 2019 when Lana came in and presented on policy governance. So we have evidence that we can show of training that occurred on policy governance review, some of those aspects. You know, in September of 2020, we had Pam here as well with best practices in board. So again, these are all pieces of evidence that we have that we can show that action has taken place. We're not just writing to it and saying that these are things that have been done. There's physical evidence that we can upload to show that this has occurred. The other piece of that then is, you know, when they do come to campus, those will be pieces that they ask specific questions to. So when the team comes here on campus, they would be asking questions specific to the evidence about when you had your board training on roles and responsibilities. what do you see your role and responsibility as a board member is? So they're really trying to, just to verify that there is a common understanding of what the board role and responsibilities are. That it's not just, have we gone through the training, but there's application of what's been learned from the training there as well. So those will be pieces that we probably need to go back and take a look at the agendas and just verify and talk through what was covered a year or 2 years ago. And just have some general understanding of board responsibilities, best practices, policy governance, things on that end.
Study the top 10 truths, or 20 truths, which I did not go over tonight because I've given them to you twice before. I just thought about that. It's like a Cliff Notes version.
Yes,
It
yeah,
really
it
is.
really is, yeah. But on the board development, so again, we have the evidence. Some of the things that, that we still have in the works and things that we need to complete are the board handbook. We've had the board handbook that is being coordinated and put together, that we have plans of having in place by the end of this semester, so that the board can review it, be able to have input, we can work through the revisions and have a training manual per se, a board handbook that we can use going forward. So that would be, again, a piece that we would have in place for new members going forward, but it's also a reference guide and a handbook that we can have as evidence there as well.
What, is there anything, or is there any part of that we can help with? I know that Blake's done quite a bit.
Yeah, and I may sit down with Jody and kind of look through that and see, if there's certain aspects there that we might want to
Okay.
look at divvying out or.
Yeah, okay.
The other piece on board development, and this really kind of comes under the framework of going forward, some things that maybe we can do to, more than anything, just heighten awareness, but also be able to have a chance for feedback or conversation, is, during board meetings, being able to set aside a time to where, the three of you that have gone this last week to the virtual conference, what are some takeaways? It can be a 2-3 minute summary by each of you. What were key takeaways, or what were sessions that stuck out to you? Just some points to where we're referencing professional development. We're talking about what it is that was covered, and really helps to highlight some of the things that, for those that may not have been able to go, are key reference points for consideration there as well. And handouts that we have, we can always be able to have at board meetings as reference points there as well. But I think, those are things that, as I'm kind of looking at it there, that we might want to consider as we're going forward, just designating some time for, we already do that for KCCT, but if there's things from any other conferences, things that have came from any other webinars that we may have attended, would be a good, 5-10 minute time frame that can be allocated towards professional development summary. So that's kind of the thought on board development. Strategic planning. So I'll just kind of go through each of these areas that we talked about here, but strategic planning, and this is some where, the board will have some input. Typically what we've talked, what we've done is, as a college, as far as bringing information to you, is in the fall, we will have each of the program reviews that have been completed by our academic programs, as well as our non-academic programs. We will have a summary that comes to the board and talks through data, just a summary that talks through what's been learned, what are areas that we're going to look at for improvements or continuous improvement going forward, things that have been learned, lessons learned through that process. So in strategic planning, that's a part of where information is coming to the board, and there's a chance for some dialogue on that end. And then the other aspect is on the strategic plan. So very much so this year, you will start to see really a much more detailed plan that's going to be presented to the board on the strategic plan that will actually have data points that we're going to be looking at. So specifically when you're taking a look at some of the things that came up on your board assessment, looking at data that's specific to age or race or different demographics, those are elements that are going to be key performance indicators in our strategic plan that will help to start answering some of those questions that you may have, and helps us to be able to guide where we need to put different direction or focus and resources on there as well. So, you know, the strategic planning is one to where, you know, the board isn't in the development of the strategic plan, but you're providing feedback to say, you know, from the data, here are some things that maybe as a board member I see that we need to consider. Here are some things that I see with the data, the administration or the strategic planning can take back for consideration. So those are going to be some places there as far as on the strategic planning where a lot of that dialogue can occur. The effective oversight, you know, and again, this is going to be really just talking through where it is that you're getting your information from the community. So a lot of the effective oversight is transparency. You know, we'll put the links out on the website there where we can show that information is available for community members to contact and be in touch with board members. That there's a mechanism for community feedback, the ownership linkage. And then I think the other piece that each of you have talked about and you have assigned is with the advisory councils. You know, so there's effective oversight. You know, the other aspect on oversight is that there's been a year spent on developing the president's evaluation. So there's a new evaluation tool and process that is in place to be able to enhance oversight and feedback mechanisms on that end there as well. So those are all pieces of what we will have as far as evidence that will address effective oversight and speak to what's being done on that end. And then the other piece that we alluded to was on fiduciary responsibilities. And, you know, as we've kind of taken a look at this there, it's really, you know, there's really the best example I could come up with there is conversations and discussions that we've had about the board's goal to be able to work at having additional reserves. Not necessarily giving a directive, but just saying that we want to be able to look at how it is that we can grow reserves and be able to have consideration for that. So being able to, you know, through those conversations allows administration to be able to understand that these are things that we have already been looking at, but now there is some very direct conversations we're having with the board about what we need to be bringing back on fiduciary oversight. You know, which has led to the proposals for the budgeting process there, where we are at this year with bringing reserves and an increase in reserves. So those are all fiduciary responsibilities. You know, we've changed around for really the past 2 years. We've changed around information flow on what we present to the board on a kind of a year-by-year tracker on revenues and expenses. So we have a summary each month there that shows in comparison to the year previous where we're at. That's, you know, a mechanism, that's evidence that we have that shows how the board is getting information and being able to review fiduciary responsibility on budgeting versus having to go more granular on a line item by line item look. Here you're getting more of the overview on a fiscal summary each month. So those are things, you know, just as we're taking a look at it, as far as really trying to give you ideas as I've gone through and taken a look at what we're going to provide as evidence. Those are some examples. Obviously, there's going to be several others what I would encourage as we're going forward there though is, is to really, and we can take time looking at this collectively, if you have ideas individually. If there's thoughts that you have of evidence, things that maybe we need to be looking at or considering, to be able to address each of these areas that we've talked about, you know, are there things that come to mind that you think would be worthwhile for evidence to be linked within the assurance argument of how we address effective oversight? You know, those are pieces that would be helpful from the board level for feedback to us as we're building the assurance argument and writing how it is that we meet each of the criteria. Taking time to discuss training and professional development. You kind of alluded to allocating time within the board meeting just to spend summarizing professional development activities. The other piece that I wrote down, and Pam had discussed this there as well, you know, but we have to understand, we talk about it at every all employee meeting. But specifically, as you get to be within about a 2-year window leading into an accreditation visit, our team has already been determined as far as who's coming to Garden City in 2022. They're already out here watching social media. They're already out here watching any of our recorded board meetings. They're already out here watching what's going on in the printed press, anything about Garden City. So we're already under a microscope per se, as far as what our actions, behaviors, words, thoughts, any of that is. So, you know, it's just being cognizant and understanding that it's not just, they're not just sitting there and waiting for our assurance argument to come 2 months before the visit. They're already out there assessing and building their understanding of Garden City Community College right now. Some of the other things, so we, you know, Marcus came in for the last several months and started to do just a general understanding of criterion. Started primarily with what it is that's specific to the board, things that we need to be looking at. And we will continue those as we lead into the visit. We have also set up criterion teams on campus there as well. So we have faculty, staff, cross-representation of individuals that are going to be working collectively on each of the criteria and writing the assurance argument. So it's not just falling on certain individuals. We have teams that are going to be writing the assurance argument and taking information. And we've already started that here this last spring. And we'll plan to, by this coming spring, be able to have rough drafts of each of our criteria that we can take and start really getting much more detailed in on how it is that we can improve the wording, the flow, and the information that's being included in the assurance argument by this next spring. The plan is as far as how we have things determined right now, then would be that we would take the rough draft of that assurance argument, really be able to hone it down by the end of this next spring semester. And then by next summer, look at hosting a mock visit. And we would bring in a individual who has led, who's been a site team leader. I have several contacts with individuals that we can bring in, and they will just essentially spend 2 days here walking us through a mock site team. So they would meet with the board and kind of be able to help prep and prepare you for questions that you can expect. They would be meeting with our faculty and our staff and walking through each of the criteria and our students. And that'll help to kind of see areas that maybe we need to strengthen or be able to speak to stronger as we lead into the site visit in November then as well. Past that, I mean, again, I think the things that we've done here tonight were pieces and aspects that just strengthen the board to work, but the board self-assessment, you know, so from this, what they will really take a look at is, okay, you've done the board self-assessment, you have the information, now what? Now what are you doing? What are you doing to improve the processes to address the areas that weren't as strong, because this is a part of that continuous improvement. They want to see that you've had some of those hard conversations, and, you know, it's not, accreditation isn't about, they got you. It's not about trying to catch you on what it is you're not doing. They just want to see that there's effective work and there's conversations being done to continuously improve the processes that we do. So to me, I mean, I think that will be the next step in this process. There is really taking a deep dive into this to determine what are the goals and what are the steps and how we're going to use this information that we've now provided and collectively move a plan forward.
And we're still on for November 7th and 8th,
Mhm.
is that what it is?
Correct.
So I think I'll just wait and book my return flight on the 9th. I'm just gonna stay in Rome while y'all do
Look at
this.
you. You got this.
I thought of one more item that you could add to effective oversight, and that was, give me the right terms, when we had the discussion about creating an account for the deductible insurance, the insurance deductible, was it deductible? or the-
Unfunded liability?
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah. Yeah, so being able to have reserves that are available for claims or insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that in addition to the 25% reserve
Mhm.
that we. was added into.
Yeah, that's good.
So I think Ryan had several good points that answers these questions. In your opinion, how do you know that's enough?
Oh, you never really
You
know.
never know.
But it sounds like it's a lot of things that you had not been doing. So that's important. I added one word up here, even after I was listening to them on the board development plan. I would write up a plan that shows what you did in 2020, 2021, and what you're gonna do in 21, 22. Just because when you put that in as evidence, it shows you thought it really didn't just come up, you know.
We have an email from Jody, so this is what we did.
She can go back and figure that out. That's true.
So up here.
And I know, I think it sounds really good. I think the most important part, and I know I sound like a broken record, but I guess pretty soon I can't say that phrase anymore. The other day I had a grandson say, "What are you talking about? What do you mean broken record?" I had no idea what's a record. No, that was really the point. If I'd said vinyl, it would have been better. But anyway, it's also what you do between now and the next 12 months. So several of the things that we've talked about tonight, and then anywhere, to your point, anywhere you can, I call it codify it, put it in writing. We decided we will do this, and we did. And yes, agendas and all those kind of things are important. But for example, some of the things, and they kind of blend together what's left on your agenda, not the board election, although that's important too. But you're probably not, for example, tonight going to be even start to do justice on the issue of diversity and equity. You have two good resources in here, but I would if after tonight you make a set of goals, doesn't have to look just like this, but pretty darn close, because I was listening to you. That's where this came from, your self-assessments and your comments, and you set up a set of board priorities that reflect those things, then that's going to go in your assurance document. Look, here's what the board said is important. And as a result, just what you said, as a result of this assessment, this is the set of priorities they set for themselves, and in the next 12 months, here's what they did, because you got 12 whole months before that report goes in. So using, it's not coincidental, but the fact that your priorities might directly reflect the things they were concerned about
Mhm.
is good.
Right.
And it just means you're in touch, you're in sync. And then, of course, if you set those priorities for yourself within the next month or so, do something with them between now and next September. Don't just adopt them, that would be,
Right.
and some of them you're already well on your way. And if you wanted to be, I was listening carefully to your list there. Are you in a stage where you're revising the strategic plan? You're not, are you?
No,
So,
well, yes, I mean, we're revising as far as being able to take off strategies that may not,
no longer.
no longer
so you're
apply, and
modifying.
we're adding new
Okay,
strategies.
so I guess, so that doesn't really need to be a specific priority of the board this year.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
and what about the fiduciary one? It sounds like you've got that really well covered.
Mhm.
All right, okay.
Mhm.
I would just see if they needed to be added, but it doesn't sound like they did. So, and some of this, even though it's up here, is a little bit, there's certainly overlap, but clearly they would like to see that you may preparing for accreditation, or, I don't know, I'm not doing good wordsmithing tonight, but coming up with the appropriate verbiage that is a focus on meeting the accreditation standards, you know. It's not we're meeting the visit to get them off our back. It really is, we don't say that. But rather talk about, you know, making sure that we feel we've done our part. So, and you'll probably be able to point to numerous updates on your agenda. That's another piece of evidence. You definitely are well on your way for your professional development. This one, you have a lot of work to do. So I would say on that one,
That's a new concept in some regards. I mean, I don't think
it's new for your board.
yeah,
It's
and
a new term.
it's a new term.
New term.
I think we have some degree of it. We just need to find exactly how.
Well, you pretty much have to start with some training for you as a board.
Right,
What do we mean when we say equity?
right.
A lot of people have trouble even there. And so, and then one that was up there on one of your recommendations specifically, looking at the disaggregated data, which you mentioned. So you don't have to have done a ton, but you have to have shown you thought it was important enough to put it on your list.
Right.
You perhaps, I don't know how you approach things, if you have an ad hoc board committee, and you probably try to avoid board committees to speak of, but some kind of, who's shepherding the board's role in that topic, who's making sure we are updating. You're gonna hand it off to him, okay, but then you have to be willing to attend the training. You have, you know, so just so you've done whatever it is you need to do. I tried to look at your policy language on that topic, and it's pretty big. So it probably needs to be updated considerably. So you could do that, and then you could point to that. This is what we did. We started by updating our policy. Oh, and then we created a lot of what you could do. You can't do everything that's in these handouts, but you could pick a few from that checklist and say, these are doable, and we've done them. So that, and then you would meet that criteria. The one that's a little harder is when you get, of course, workforce development. That's a priority of this board. Whether that is a priority for you or simply you're providing direction to the institution via your president, that this continues to be, that's probably the president's responsibility, but that depends on how you folks are interpreting your policy governance, but Mike.
Yeah, I think the
board goes along with it, you know.
You support it.
Program, we said, okay, send it to board the regions and stuff like that.
correct, yeah, I mean,
We're establishing that.
Now we'll have certain programs, advisory councils, where you'll be sitting and providing feedback and input.
So the college could show what it's done in that area without you having to point specifically to the board, other than the board being supportive and.
Actually, we're,
Engaged.
the community connections and the workforce development, we've all decided that one of us is gonna attend the advisory
Oh, okay.
councils as a representative of the board.
Mhm.
And we're trying to figure out some other ways that we could connect
Mhm.
with community
Oh,
and the business. You know, David attends Finney County Economic Development and so he represents us there.
They look for those.
You attend there in your role as a board member?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's one, but
Were
we
you
just,
already on the board?
Chamber,
You're there because of,
Because of.
because we pay for,
because we pay for it?
because, well,
because we pay for it.
we pay for it.
But,
But they do a lot for us.
but we can do a better job.
Well, maybe several of you mentioned community connections more than anything else at the end of this self-assessment about what should we do for the future. Some version of community, and then also when you said, there was a question about what do you have to offer, you mentioned community connections more than anything else. So it may be that community enhancing, not implying you don't have them, but enhancing community, the board's connections with the community to the benefit of the college, that's more the flowery language. And you make that one of your priorities, and you've already identified a couple of things, but then you take some time to think, what else could we do? And that's one of those, I think I mentioned to you folks before, that occasionally it's nice to have a, whether you call it a work session or a strategic conversation or whatever title you choose, but a couple of hours at least on one topic about, such as, what else can the board do to help build the connections between the community and the college? Is it town, is it doing what you're doing there? Is it going to the advisory committees? Is it, I know another one you voted, rated yourself low, was connecting with school boards, other school boards. You're not a school board, but with school boards, with K-12, or city councils, or, and you can't do all of it, so I'm not suggesting you try, but since you have identified that, if you say it as a broad priority, then sometime soon you should have a conversation about what might that look like. And I'm trying to circle back to Marilyn's question at the beginning. If we're really being an effective board, what would it look like? What would we be doing? And you can brainstorm in a session like this, but then you get tired, as you all are getting very tired right now, especially after that huge dinner. So that's okay. But if you've said that's a priority, then you got to come back and revisit it and say, well, what's going to look like? I'll take on this one, I'll take on that one. And not everybody can do it. I mean, everybody's schedules are not the same. And, you know, Leonard, you were gracious about saying, I'm available. I can show up at these things. I can reach out to that. So, but between, among the six of you, you decide how you're going to do that. And then you do it. And that goes back to the evidence part. As a goal, so community connection and workforce kind of go together. The community image and relations, that can go, that's kind of it can be a subset of the same thing, just building stronger ties with the community. So you could fold those under there, but then you could also have a conversation about, well, how can we improve our image? And that leads directly into the last item on your list of critical issues, and that's the elections. What are you doing to prepare for the elections in the most professional way possible that will reflect well on our city? You can have some conversations like we started earlier about what you expect of one another, how you're going to handle it. There should be some things in place, for example, and this may already happen, so please don't be offended if it is, but it's appropriate for you to reach out to all the people who are running and just say, would you like to know more about the college? And you have a brief conversation, and the three of you who are incumbents can't be offended by that. Well, you can be, but you shouldn't be. But so it's just a matter of, this is what a president should do. Here's our college. Here's some information about the college. You should have in place and ready to go a new trustee orientation, which you mentioned earlier, but formalize it. What does it look like? What's the agenda? What's included? And if you don't have something like that already, I can give you some that you can steal. It's not a big deal. Here's the kind of things that should happen as soon as people are elected. As a board, you could have this on your priorities, and that is something about, because it's 21, 22. It's today, August, actually it's last month, it's July of 21 until through June of 22. And the board should prepare for a smooth transition or if there are any changes in the board membership. Because it's the responsibility of the whole board, whether there's no new members, then you're off the hook. If there's one, there's two, or there's three. And if there's even one, That's a new board, that's our phrase, one new member is a new board, let alone more than one. So you should have in place what's gonna happen, there's gonna be an orientation, there probably would be a retreat, and guess what? Heaven forbid, and I'll miss you three greatly if that happened, but if you have 3 new members, actually, if you even have 2, you gotta go back and do all this role stuff all over again. You absolutely have to, and the sooner the better. And that's what accreditation would look for. So you're acknowledging that in the event that there's a change on the board, we're prepared to move on that. So all of those things show that you're thinking about the future, even if it's only the next year. And you're preparing for them, and you either act on them or it doesn't change on the latter. But the other stuff's all gonna have to happen. The latter one might not, but you still have to be ready for it. And besides that, it will look good if you have a plan for new member orientation. So you can easily, your timing is good today to solidify and codify your priorities so they absolutely are what you care about, but they also dovetail with those recommendations. It's all very doable. You just can't ignore it.
Right, right. And something like this, when we make our decision about our priorities, should be done in an open meeting.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean,
So
if
there's
I were you,
documentation of it.
well, sure, and what I would do tonight is have enough closure in your 10 minutes or so, but to say, okay, Madam Chair, and maybe you get somebody to help you, go back, work on some, along with Ryan's help, of course, but you should take responsibility, draft some of these priorities, bring them back to an open meeting and officially adopt them, absolutely.
Okay.
And then from there, you decide, well, what are we gonna do? Well, Ryan's gonna do this for us, but we're gonna do this, or we're gonna have one of those hour-long at least sessions to discuss who's gonna do what, but all that has to be an open session, yeah.
Yeah, and I think if you get the priorities, I mean, you alluded to it there as well, but as you get the priorities, what are the action steps in order to
Yes,
accomplish that?
right.
Yeah, timelines, action steps.
Yeah, and use your language, which I'm not very good about. So, and then you can prove it. You can provide the evidence.
Yeah, and if you don't need it, it's not bad.
No,
Just have answers
We're
on
working on it.
why
It's in
we didn't need it,
progress.
here's what we
Yeah,
really need
nothing's
to.
100%.
and like in your language on the DEI, your verb should very much be explore, initiate, expand. Don't say you're gonna solve that problem. I shouldn't call it a problem, that challenge in 1 year, because you're not, because nobody does. But you're gonna show we're going to provide board training, we're going to increase awareness. Sounds like you had a session at the college today already, a breakout session on that topic. Perfect, and then you use all of that as well.
And for your information, we are gonna have an executive session tomorrow night. Randy Grizel's gonna come and talk to us about what's legally we can talk about with the upcoming elections, so.
Yeah, you're gonna be the 3 of you are at a bit of a disadvantage because what you can say, I mean, you're at an advantage.
I think we're at an advantage.
Well, you're at an
We get
advantage because you know so
we
much
get to know
and
so
you
much
can
about
brag.
college.
But what I meant is you are more vulnerable to get yourself in trouble than the non-incumbents, because they can pretty much say whatever they want. But no, all 3 of you can brag. Look at everything you said tonight about all the wonderful stuff you've accomplished. But there are some pitfalls.
Yeah.
And he can speak to that better than I can. All I can speak to is the part that I can't speak to the legalities at all. I can only speak to the part about best practices and ethical behavior, because that's where accreditation is going to invite you. They're going to come in on those. Now, if somebody does break the confidentiality, say, of a executive session, well, that's legal and you're going to get in trouble, and the accreditation would get after you as well. So I'm not saying they never overlap, but I was approaching it more from the standpoint, how do you stay an effective board from now till, if you have a new board member, when would they start? January?
January.
Okay, so you've got a lot of important work to do for the next 5 months. How do the 5 of you stay as an effective board, no matter what period? And then how does the new board, whatever its composition is, continue to be effective the following year? That's what accreditation will look for. So But what he shares is a whole different story. Thoughts about other, did we capture, I think we've said several of these blend, there's 2 or 3 of them that can go into one. But are there any other major things that you think you as a board, based on the self-assessment, based on the comments you made, based on your brilliance, that you'd like to at least be up there for consideration?
I think these are the things we need to get a good grip on before we widen our.
Well, that's a good point. Before you take on more.
Additional.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's not try to be a jack of all and master of none. Let's try to really master
Good
these
point,
the best that we can.
good point. Most people you do fine with about 3 or 4, that's it.
Yeah, we're at 6.
Yeah, but
some
but-
blending,
but
yeah,
you
we're good.
you could get that down to 4 really easily.
Just out of curiosity, in the next year when the board self-assessment's done, is there comparatives? Does this change the board?
If you have us do it, we will show you both years. I was curious this time, and I didn't help you do this, Colleen did. Where did you come up with the idea to ask those last 10 about individuals versus the board? I've never seen anybody do that before.
The open-ended question?
No, the last 10 items, you were ranking yourself, not the board. Did you notice that? Maybe you didn't even notice that.
I think those all came from Colleen.
Yeah,
She did,
yeah.
yeah, okay. I'll ask her, but that's new.
Yeah, we did a bit.
Okay, but to answer your question, yes, I've got one board that has like 7 years worth. And she'll do a summary at the beginning, so she can see what's happened. And of course, the board members have changed too, so you have to keep that in mind, but it's still kind of
It's
interesting.
helpful.
Yeah, and they do it, we do the same thing for presidents, which is probably even more meaningful. Speaking of evaluations, before you all do run off tonight, there is a short evaluation in the back of your packet of your facilitators, so if you have time to do that. I have learned from past practice that you will not send them to me later. Once in a while, there's an exception, but rarely. So if you could take a minute to do that. And while you're doing that, and then I'll turn it back over to your president and chair to wrap up. I just want to say, I hope you're really pleased with the progress you've made. I think you were a little harsh on yourself on your grades. I think you deserve at least a solid B+. Okay, maybe even an A-. Maybe an A- now, B+ when we started. So, but you are getting there, and I really commend all of you. But you know, it's working, you gotta keep it up.
I want to thank Jody for coordinating all this here too.
Awesome.
Yeah,
It's my hero.
thank you.
Yeah, good job, Jody.
Yeah, and I'd say thanks to Pam too. I mean, you know, having some stability on working with you. I mean, obviously, when I went to one of the ACC conferences with you, but then since then, I mean, speaking personally myself, it's nice to have somebody that knows a little bit about the college and the same grasp of the college. So that's, I appreciate you guys for making the time to come down and everything else, so.
Thank you. Yeah, there's something to that, because I couldn't have said what I just said if I hadn't known you for a year. Great. Got through this year, may the next year be better. And I told you how grateful I was to Jody to pick me up last night, and you should know that you have a moral obligation to be kind to your president tomorrow night, because he is taking me to the airport at 4:30 in the morning. I feel really bad.
Here in Dodge City.
Dodge City. I hope that's early enough.
Oh, it's, yeah,
Flight's at 6:30.
Oh, yeah, that's more than enough time.
Takes an hour to get there, right?
Yeah,
it's that early.
but you can walk pretty much on the plane.
Yeah, that's how I remember, when you took me,
When I took
you took me
you,
last
yeah.
time, in the middle of the day, it was very easy.
Yeah, I was worried if you were gonna get out that day, that was,
Well, that was
that wind was blowing.
We sat there for a while, actually sat there, I think about 45 minutes. We thought, I'm almost to Denver, but I can't get there.
We come back from Denver one time, we went out there for some congress. And there's 40-mile-an-hour winds coming here, I swear that plane from cyber is coming down.
There's a lot of times going into Denver on those small planes that you kind of feel like you're
Thanks
going.
for reminding me of that, like, I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
It was really
It was
bad
really
that
windy,
day.
it was
Yeah,
really.
don't
We sat on the tarmac.
Yeah.
No.
What'd you call it?
Air Navy.
Oh, here he is, this under.
We-
That was, that was Air Midwest.
We were supposed to fly out of here on Friday night, meet the rest of the college people out there. Well, plane broke down. We didn't fly out there Saturday and then we back Sunday morning, so.
I think it was weather yesterday that caused my delay. It was a flight, a plane was coming in from West Yellowstone. Just kind of wonder all the time.
What's this? All day long, I'm trying to make it to 13.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, it is. Well, it'll be fun to see you folks that are coming to San Diego too, so we should get together and grab a bite or a drink, or at least a visit.
Yeah.
That'd be
I'm
fun.
gonna change it there if it's not here.
Criminal justice compensation, that's listed in regional.
Oh, that's what you'll be part of that.
Needs change.
Yeah, we already volunteered to help.
I'm sure, because that's from your report. So I'm sure.
Whoever you.
What do they compete with?
Yeah.
Take serious. I've written tests.
Yeah.
Of 75 places,
Oh, she's like-
police administration, juvenile,
Okay.
criminal law.
Well,
Anything hands-on?
Well, then we have a firearm.
Oh, firearms, of course.
Physical agility.
Okay.
And then crime scene.
Oh, I
We
haven't never seen
That's
that.
how it is.
We set up the crime scene, we got 15 minutes to go in and process the scene. Then you got 45 minutes to write the report. Which, you know,
I've been to a lot of the competitions, mostly for agriculture. We had every kind of
Like, do you want your packet, or you want me to switch to your farm?
Just
pig,
tomorrow.
cow,
I was
chicken,
already pulled it up, so we're.
equipment, but I've never, and we had a big police science program in the academy, but I'm not aware of any kind of
What year do you
competition.
want
That's
it to pass?
interesting.
No, I've looked at it online, so yeah, that'll just be
Yes,
something for me to forget tomorrow, and
Got
I'd
you.
states.
rather take that pressure off.
Yeah,
too.
If it's here, I can't forget it.
But still,
But most of them are back east, Missouri. We got one gal from Omaha.
Do you know what flights are like to San Diego yet?
I'm going after.
Do you have an AA account? I pulled up my AA account yesterday, it's already on there.
Oh, did it?
So I just happened, because I'm looking for Apple Watch.
Until yesterday, no.
I didn't get an email. I did.
I didn't get an email, and I hope it's floating in. our
I
spam.
didn't get an email either. I just happened to pull up because I was checking my flights for Hawaii and I already saw it ticketed or in progress. And that's how I know. I looked and all three of us are on there.
And I thought,
So-
maybe there's something, it's catching in my
What's that?
phone.
I didn't see
No,
Ryan.
because
So I
we
tried
usually
sending it
Friday.
to the other
Okay,
email.
I was Okay, yeah.
But, oh, I didn't get an email.
I didn't get an email, but like I said, it's on there. It's under my AA account. So
Okay, I may,
But
if I don't get my email, I may have you print it off so I can have it.
a receipt, yeah, because that's how I knew I saw.
Okay.
Like,
And maybe
well,
we just don't have good signals in here and we go
Yeah, well,
outside
I
and
can print it off and bring it to you.
it's really
just so
large.
you know.
If I don't get it by tomorrow, we'll worry about it, but we'll.
Well, I can send you the one I sent to Jody too.
But what's weird is I don't have the day one stuff.
What's,
You don't have what?
Oh.
From our Virtual deal. I got the follow-up for day 2 and day 3, but I don't have the day 1 email
And see,
follow-up. So I was trying to get
Stay
prepared
busy.
and it's not coming through.
See, I put everything in
been staying
GCCC.
busy, Leonard?
I'm sorry.
Been
Yeah.
staying busy?
And there's-
Busy as you wanna be, as you need to be?
reported, yeah.
Day
I did
2
that.
I hear you.
recap, day 2
Great.
recap.
So the instructors.
They got shearing wind
And I mean, I
days.
searched by
Right,
ACCT and I've got, you know,
Yes.
the case
That
studies and the
wind,
follow-up.
it blew my
and
dad's
it's been
headers over, like over the headers off the combine, it blew them off
No, you sent me pictures there.
Well, you
Already.
see
Really
those
interesting.
poles,
Yes.
those, I mean, sheared off those big steel poles down across the interstate there. They had 150 miles.
We're at the end of my stage one.
Huh? That was like 150 miles an
We-
hour.
it's
for that Christina?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was-
that was up in Hayes,
Friday?
yeah, Friday night or something like that.
Yeah.
In law enforcement.
My dad said he had so much damage.
That's over a header.
Flipped over a header,
Christina's
big header too, not even a small one.
What is a header? Yeah,
Header of the combine.
I got materials for day two, the
Like
reminder.
yeah, that where they,
Day
well,
two
he had it
recap,
off the
day three
combine,
recap, but I
and he
don't
was
have a
finished
day
up with
one.
harvest, get it off on blocks, and
Alright.
it just totally flipped right over.
Okay.
So maybe I'm just not meant
Was
to
it just
have.
a
What-
weed head or was it a stripper?
No, it was a wheat head,
I sent it
but I mean,
mail.
still,
Oh, yeah.
that's a lot of, that's a lot of weight
Do you
there.
need to adjourn before I turn that off, or am I?
So the what,
Oh,
30 foot?
I think, yeah, I think,
folks, we're
yeah.
gonna adjourn this
32
meeting.
maybe.
Thank you for attending.
You got a
Those
lot of
strips are-
control, didn't you?
Yeah.
I was just guilty.
Okay,
I
sent it
Some of those
out.
combines have
Let's try
two
this loose
headers.
on
That's
the
insane.
evaluations.
Here's maybe the problem.
A lot of
Yeah.
money.
Sandra Smith at
See
me.com.
Bluff 2 weeks
That's one of
ago.
mine,
Yeah.
that's my iCloud one.
What?
Sunday,
Hey, you know
out there,
what?
I mean, there was just a haze.
That's
Look,
hard.
look,
huh?
where you-
Well, that's how, even